start momentarily, and you can kindly be seated. Here on the screen, you can, while waiting, you can also see the QR code of the case studies that are analyzed in the report that we are going to release today. So you can also use the QR code if you want to learn more about the case study. And of course, we will hear from the representatives during the panel session. Yeah. We will to everyone, and then we have a photo session about that.
Save them for now.
Yeah.
Say,
Yeah. And then you can.
all right. Dear guests, if you have a moment, please have your seat, please. Our event is right going to start. Okay, good afternoon, excellencies, great guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome so much to our event, Mobilizing Corporate Innovation, the role of non-state actors in combating land degradation. My name is Yuqing Liu. I'm from IUCN China office. It's my great honor to serve as to serve as your MC today. And also known, August 24th is the Finance Day at COP17, a day dedicated to mobilizing public and private investment for land restoration and drought resilience. Our session is right the direct cause to this response. We focus on how non-stakeholders, such as companies, foundations, digital platforms, NGOs, and social societies can bring innovations, finance, and business to the public engagement to land restoration, turning it from cost into an investable, scalable opportunity. So this session also marks the release of our new IUCN Asia Regional Office report that explains how the private sector is contributing to the global land restorations. So released today as a UNCCD COP17 the pre-public edition, the document will be further refined into a final official version in the coming months. So on behalf of IUCN, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the On Forest Foundation for its generous support of this report we are launching today, and also today's event. We are also deeply honored to welcome our high-level guest, Dr. Oinsana Boimbasaran, who is the Director General of the National Forestry Agency of Mongolia. Thank you for your coming. And also Dr. Wu Shijun, who is the Deputy Secretary General from China Green Foundation, Dr. Dindo Campiland, our Regional Director for IUCN Asia Office, and also Mr. Do Rui from the Deputy Secretary General from On the Forest Foundation. Thank you very much. We also warmly welcome the authors and the stakeholders connected to the 6 cases featured in the report. Thank you so much for sharing your stories and experience to us, which make this publication and the event possible. All right, so with that, let's officially kick off our events and also today's dialogue. First up, the opening remarks. And please allow me to, there's a distinguished Vincent. Yeah. And also distinguished guest, can I have Dr. Oinsana to have your first opening remarks? The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Mr. Stuart Magenis, Ms. Sabrina Peng, and the representatives of the UNCCD. It's great pleasure to join you today at this important event. And I would like to thank IUCN and the Ant Forest Foundation for bringing us together and for giving me an opportunity to share a few remarks from Mongolia. I am particularly pleased to that today we are launching IUCN publication Business for Nature, Private Sector Solutions to Land Degradation and Desertification. Its message is both timely and important. Land degradation is too large a challenge for governments to address alone. As highlighted in the report, achieving our global land degradation neutrality targets will require investment at a scale that public finance alone cannot provide. We therefore need to mobilize the innovation, investment, technology, and implementation capacity of the private sector alongside governments, local communities, and civil society. For Mongolia, this is not an abstract discussion. Our country is highly vulnerable to desertification, land degradation, and climate change. At the same time, we have made ambitious national commitments to restore our landscapes and increase forest cover, and including through Mongolia's Billion Trees National Movement. The experience of this movement is teaching us an important lesson. Ambitious national targets require broad national partnerships. Therefore, you could also hear from some of the mining companies who are present here today. Government can provide policy direction, standards, and enabling environment. Science can guide us toward the right restoration solutions. Local communities bring knowledge and long-term stewardship. But to move from ambition to restoration at scale, we also need private sector. We need businesses not only as a source of finance, but as a partners in innovation, technology, sustainable investment, and long-term implementation. This means moving beyond traditional corporate social responsibility. Land restoration should increasingly become part of how businesses understand risk, investment, sustainability, and long-term value creation. In Mongolia, we are already seeing growing engagement from companies, financial institutions, and other non-state actors in afforestation, forest restoration, and ecosystem protection. Our task is now to ensure that these efforts are not fragmented, but are aligned with national restoration priorities, scientific standards, and measurable long-term outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why today's publication is valuable. It brings together practical experience from private sector and social society, civil society, and asks an important question: what works, where, and why? For countries like Mongolia, these lessons can help us building stronger models of cooperation between government, business communities, and international partners. As we gather here in Ulaanbaatar for UNCCD COP17, I believe our focus must be on moving from commitments to implementation. The scale of land degradation requires us to mobilize resources and ideas from across society. Restoring land is a shared responsibility, and it must be also become a shared opportunity, an opportunity for innovation, an opportunity for sustainable investment, and opportunity to build healthier and more resilient landscapes for future generations. I therefore welcome the launch of this important publication and look forward seeing its recommendations translated into new partnership and practical action. Once again, I would like to thank IUCN and Ant Forest Foundation, the authors of this report, and all partners who contributed to this work. Finally, I would like to say the slogan of the IUCN: let us unite for nature. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Oinsana, so your very informal insights. And we are so honored to have you with us here. And a very distinguished guest, a very slight adjustment to our agenda due to an unforeseen schedule conflict. Our Deputy Director General, Mr. Stuart McGinnis, sends his sincere regrets as he has been pulled into an urgent matter. So in his stead, it's my great privilege to introduce our Regional Director for Asia, Dr. Dindo Kaplan, who has also kindly provided guidance and forwards to his report to deliver today's opening remarks. Let's welcome Mr. Dindo.
It's a great honor for me to speak after the DG. Thank you very much and for your kind words. And good day, everybody. It must have been overwhelming. This is the start of the second week. I don't know, have you lost count of how many side events you've been at? Definitely, I think the question we raised today, this is not the only side event that talks about land degradation. This is not the only side event that talks about private business sector engagement. So the challenge for us all today is to ask what makes this session different? What is it that adds value? And why are we talking about the launch of the publication? I am convinced that this group and this session offers something above and beyond what you may hear from the other sessions today. Because I think the value of a report or publication is not measured by just how much information it provides us. To me, a true test of a publication is when it actually makes us question more, when it makes us revisit and reassess our assumptions, when it makes us want to find out more information outside. And I think that's exactly what this publication, this report is about to share today. So in so many words, I want to congratulate the team and the partners behind this publication today. Now, you will see in this report six case studies, and I thank the representatives from the case companies who are here. This report also provides 4 key recommendations. But remember, this is not a final product. This is work in progress. And so it is useful that after the presentation today, we would be able to receive further questions, comments from all of you, because we would like this to be transformed into a more formal publication that can be disseminated more widely. Having said that, I think there are a few challenges that we face today. Hopefully something the authors and also the participants would like to address. First of all, I think we need to unpack several of the key terms that we are covering in this report. We talk about private business sector and we talk about cases across Asia. But in the context of this region, when you say private business sector, it's not a homogeneous entity. There are just many different types. So the 6 cases that we read here provide us examples, but I think we need to think more broadly on what is the concept of private business. We're talking about corporates, but we also talk about small, medium enterprises. Second one, we talk about business engagement. Now, what is exactly engagement? Engagement is providing funding, or is engagement using tools to define and to reorient our business models? We talk about business entities, but they can be companies that actually do business, but they can also be finance actors. So what I'm suggesting is, I think this session can help us think more broadly so that we can draw experiences from a more diverse perspectives. It's also important at the end of the day that we ask ourselves, because most of us come from knowledge-based organizations. So while we now learn about the cases, at the end of the session, and also I hopefully for this report to add as a new section, Satrio, is what is the role of knowledge-based organizations like IUCN, and from where many of you come from, to help ministries and to help the private business sector? Is it about harnessing tools made available by global science? Is it about generating new knowledge to address gaps? Is it building partnerships for co-creation of knowledge? So in the end, I think it's really, because we are in COP17, we also need to consider that one measure of the success of the session publication is how we can articulate the direct contribution of knowledge products such as this to the targets and the commitments and the delivery of the action plans, not only for UNCCD, for the Rio conventions, but for all the other related multilateral environmental agreements. I am definitely looking forward to listening to the ideas today, but I go back to congratulating the team behind it and for making it in time. This is, I think, fresh off the printing press. So you are among the very first to have the privilege of getting a copy. Each one gets a copy of this? Not all, but it's available digitally, right? So I look forward to the discussion. And again, in behalf of IUC and all our partners, welcome to this session. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dino, for your remarks. That's really awesome to have you here. And now, before we jump into the further discussion, can we save this moment to have a group photos? Can I invite our distinguished guests, the author team, and the representatives from each case stakeholder organizations to join Dr. Dino and Dr. Oinsana on stage, please? We welcome Mr. Wu Shijun, Mr. Dou Rui, the panelists and the colleagues from Tar Million Trees Project, KTNG, AFOCO team, SFA team, Borrow Gold Case, our current company to join us for this group photos. Guys, please come and join us. Hi. Hi. Hello. Nice to meet you. Eating. I'm eating.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, great. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, people, that's one, 1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay.
All right, have another 1, 2, and a 3, please.
Great.
Great, awesome. Thank you, everyone. Please back to your seats with our book. Please give a round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone. Please return to your seats. Our further discussion, our juicy one is a right start. So now we are now turned to the report at the heart of today's event, the Business for Nature Private Sector Solutions to Land Degradation and Distribution in Asian Drylands. To introduce this report, its key findings, policy recommendations, and lessons from the 6 cases. Let's invite Della Katakotant, lead author of the report, who is an international consultant and a senior fellow at Landscape Alliance. Please tell us. And this is a reporter.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, thank you for this opportunity to share a few insights from 6 cases of private business engagement in nature-based solutions across Asian drylands. The 6 cases covers China, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, and Pakistan. And they range from digital platforms and mining landscapes to luxury supply chains, post-wildlife restoration, and carbon agroforestry. The focus is not simply whether business participates, but how that participation can create durable public value. That brings me directly to the central findings of this study. The central finding is that private business can add speed, scale, and provide continuity to NBS, but public value is not necessarily automatic. Companies can bring finance, technology, logistics, data, markets, supply chain influence, and long-term institutional reach. Yet, those capabilities do not by themselves guarantee ecological recovery or equitable benefits. Across the 6 cases, stronger approaches combine corporate capability with 4 embedded conditions. These are credible ecological design, accountable governance, local stewardship, and sustained learning. In other words, business should complement, not substitute for public responsibility. For COP17, the practical question is how private capabilities are governed, measured, and aligned with land degradation neutrality, or LDN. To understand why there is no single formula, let us look briefly at the diversity of the portfolio. The portfolio brings together very different forms of engagement. Ant groups and forests uses digital participation and corporate finance to support restoration at scale. Borogold links long-term mining presence with rangeland management and restoration, while Loro Piana connect rangeland resilience and One Health with a long-standing Kashmir supply chain. KTG, on the other hand, provides catalytic corporate finance within Kazakhstan's government-led post-wildfire recovery. Rabobank's Acorn platform and Afoco connect smallholder farmers with agroforestry, digital monitoring, and carbon finance. And the Singh Engro Coal and Mining Company, or SECMC, and Thar Foundation combine industrial capacity with dryland restoration and community stewardship. Let us remember that the landscape needs and challenges are very, very different. The cases present 4 recurring pressure systems. Across 5 countries, the cases cluster around 4 pressure systems. Mongolia illustrates climate-stressed pastoral and rangeland systems where grazing pressure, drought, and zood interact with livelihoods. Mongolia and Tharparkar in Pakistan also show water-stressed industrial and extractive frontiers. In the Kyrgyz Republic, fragmented smallholder farms face climate stress, low tree cover, limited finance, and high market access cost. And in China and Kazakhstan, desertification and catastrophic wildfire create very different restoration challenges. The common lesson is that ecological stress, climate risks, and livelihood vulnerability reinforce one another. Therefore, effective NBS has to work as a system, combining ecological measures with institutions, incentives, and stewardship. This is precisely why the type of company and the capability it can contribute matters. Now, who are these companies and what do they bring? And I think they're here with us today. The 6 cases span very different business actors, but each company contributes something that short, standalone restoration projects often struggle to mobilize. Ant Group brings digital rich behavioral design and data systems. Boro Gold brings long-term operational presence, finance, logistics, and land management continuity. Loro Piana brings a long-standing sourcing relationship, finance, and supply chain leverage, while KTNG contributes catalytic corporate finance for a public restoration demonstration, trials, and professional learning. On the other hand, Acorn brings upfront finance, digital MRV, certification, traceability, and access to carbon buyers. SECMC and the THAR Foundation bring land, nurseries, water systems, logistics, and a community-facing delivery platform. The common denominator is not sector, it is their distinctive capability. But capability alone does not explain why business enter into these landscapes or how long will they stay engaged. Their motivations are very important, and these motivations often overlap. They include corporate citizenship and philanthropy, operational and rehabilitation responsibility, social license and stakeholder relations, supply chain resilience, nature and climate risk management, carbon markets and financial innovation, and green innovation or employee user management. Credibility and continuity are strongest when the business rationale genuinely aligns with a durable relationship, rationale genuinely aligns with a landscape need and public priority. Engagement tied to a material dependency, impact, market role, or durable relationship with the landscape can create stronger incentives for long-term stewardship, provided that safeguards and continuity remain very clear. But whatever motivation there is for these companies do not convert those capabilities into credible outcomes alone. They are not alone. Partnership architecture is central to the story of the companies that are here today and included in the case study. For example, Ant Group works through the Ant Forest Foundation, multiple environment and conservation organizations, public authorities, scientific institutions, and local communities. Boro Gold operates through formal arrangements with Bayangol SUM, the Green Gold Mongolian Rangeland Research Center, pasture user groups, and herders. Loro Piana works with Sustainable Fiber Alliance, Odyssey Conservation Trust, governments, academic and One Health partners, herder cooperatives, and community guardians, while KTNG's finance is embedded in Kazakhstan's public forest system with AFOCO, Semi-Ormani, and many technical partners. Rabobank and Acorn rely on AFOCO government partners, farmers, Plan Vivo, and independent validation and verification, while SEMC and the THAR Foundation work with multiple SIND agencies, universities, schools, communities, and IUCN Pakistan. Across the cases, credible outcomes are therefore co-produced. So what has this diverse portfolio actually delivered after all the beautiful partnership architecture? Let me highlight 6 proofs of evidence, while being clear that their evidence maturity differs because the maturity of the projects differ. Unforest reports more than 700 million trees and over 750 million participants, with 35 public welfare protected areas covering more than 4,900 square kilometers. For Borogold, the more meaningful evidence is ecological change. Plant species at Bortolgoy increased from 38 to 69. Soil humus content increased from 0.54 to 1.54%, accounting to 185% increase from the initial value, while 61 herder households manage 7,000 hectares in Dorgon. Resilient Threads of Loropiana has established 115 One Health Guardians, 4 Zoom hubs, and provincial center alongside 30 certified professionals. KTNG, on the other hand, had planted 60 hectares within a 100-hectare post-fire demonstration backed by no less than $700,000. Rabobank, Acorn, and Afoco reported roughly 14,000 farmers already onboarded. 1,000 farmers have been trained, and about 500 hectares of new agroforestry financed with a verified payment pathway operating. In Thar, Pakistan, an independent IUCN assessment estimated about 409,662 tons of carbon in tree and shrub biomass, plus more than 5,000 tons of soil organic carbon. These figures show scale, ecological change, and institutional reach, but they are not equivalent forms of evidence. Credible NBS leads to outcomes. We have proven that in this 6 cases, that credible nature-based solutions lead to outcomes within ecological limits. First, evidence should strengthen as projects mature. Trees planted, hectares covered, and people trained are outputs that tells us that implementation is actually happening. Mature claims should increasingly demonstrate outcomes in terms of vegetation condition, soil and water performance, biodiversity, climate resilience, livelihood durability, equitable benefits, and contribution to public goals such as the LDN. Early projects need sound baseline and design. Operational projects need transparent monitoring and adaptive management, while mature projects should increasingly support independent outcome verification. Second, in the drylands, those outcomes must remain within ecological limits. Water availability, salinity, and groundwater, grazing and carrying capacity, species site fit, native ecosystem and structure, and climate extremes all matter. More trees are not always better restoration. I think we all agree with that, right? Sometimes the appropriate NBS is assisted natural regeneration, rangeland restoration, shrubs, grasses, or scattered planting. The discipline is therefore simple. Strengthen the evidence, respect ecological limits, and adapt before scaling. Across the 6 cases, several practices has consistently support durability and scaling potential. So this is really good news. The 6 cases demonstrate durability and scaling potential. The cases point to 2 related lessons. good delivery practices, and the conditions that allow those practices to endure. The recurring good practices are the following: matching corporate capability to restoration need, using specialized partnerships, designing for ecological fit, aligning stewardship with practical incentives, piloting and adapting before expanding, and keeping evidence and governance understandable. Beneath these practices are 6 enabling conditions. First is policy alignment, where corporate participation should connect to national restoration and land management priorities. Second, trusted intermediaries that can manage ecological, social, and technical risks. Third is durable rationale for staying engaged within the landscape. So there has to be a durable rationale for why the companies stay in those landscapes. Fourth, stewardship incentives that link local benefits with ecological recovery. Fifth, technology and data that improve reach, traceability, and learning. And last but not the least, credible assurance through scientific monitoring, independent review, and adaptive management. These conditions are reinforced, of course, by secure land, water, and data rights, realistic long-term financing, and legitimate community institutions. This is the enabling architecture that can be scaled, not a standard intervention package. These enabling conditions also clarify what governments and partners should institutionalize through the LDN policy architecture. The cases point to 5 practical directions. First, complement public action. Private investment should reinforce, not replace government mandates and national restoration or LDN commitments. Second, clarify the partnership architecture, the roles, the decision rights, the safeguards, the benefit sharing, grievance channels, and long-term stewardship. Third, embed local institutions because producer groups, pasture user organizations, farmer councils, and community systems are part of the restoration mechanism. Fourth, track genuine outcomes, including ecosystem conditions, biodiversity, soil and water function, climate resilience, and equitable benefits, not activity counts alone. Fifth, scale based on evidence. Test ecological suitability, water and carrying capacity, tenure rights, financing safeguards, monitoring, and institutional capacity before replication should be implemented. Most cases, despite the scale and the reach and the achievements that has been achieved so far, have not yet reported directly against national LDN baselines. So it would be wonderful that these companies would also be included in the LDN target counts and accomplishments. Connecting credible metrics to national systems is therefore an important next step for the companies and for the governments that are working together in these projects. Let me close by returning to the message which I just begun. Private business can accelerate NBS, but lasting value comes from how capabilities are governed, grounded, and measured. 4 ideas summarize the cross-case lessons: credible ecological design, accountable governance, local stewardship, and sustained learning. The invitation from these 6 cases is not to search for one best company, one best business model, or the most visible intervention. The invitation is to scale what enables locally appropriate NBS to perform and to ensure that private business action supports rather than substitute the public ambition of land degradation neutrality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Della, for for illustrating the case report so clearly. And now I am sure that our audience are more eager to hear the details and interesting stories about the cases. And now there's the time to move to our panel discussion. So can I invite our dear colleagues from Asia Regional Office, Satrio Adi Wickensono. So he will invite our panelists to join to the stage. Here is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yuting. So Yuting and myself, along with Delia, who just presented, we were the 3 co-authors of the report, and we are so happy that we got to this stage today in which we have this report launched as the UNCCD COP17 pre-publication edition. Thank you, Delia, for sharing those critical insights from this report. Again, as Delia mentioned, achieving land degradation neutrality by 2030 means that we need innovative, systemic approaches that go far beyond what public finance alone or public sector or CSO alone can provide. We need the private sector as well. So now, over the next 20-25 minutes, what we're going to do is to explore in more details the key insights from the publication by hearing directly from representatives from each of the cases analyzed and presented in the report. So we'll examine further how NBS and landscape restoration in drylands are being driven by the private sector. So we have a fantastic lineup, 5 of them. So I would invite our panelists to come up and take the stage. So first, please welcome Mr. Ruido, Deputy Secretary General of the Ant Forest Foundation. And next, we have Dr. Sambu Bulgama, Director of the Mongolian National Federation of Pasture User Groups. Please, you can take your stage. Joining them is Mr. Amir Iqbal, Chief Executive Officer of SECMC in Pakistan. Please also welcome Ms. Aida Jumasheva, Program Officer at AFOCO. And finally, Ms. Dolgor Suren Buyanemeh, Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Officer at the SFA, Sustainable Fiber Alliance. And I do apologize for any mispronunciation. So maybe let's start from your left-hand side. Mr. Du from Ant Forest Foundation. The Ant Forest project successfully links digital actions to dryland restoration, with the foundation acting as the coordinating donor. What feedback mechanisms have proven most effective in keeping Alipay users and stakeholders engaged in this transition from digital clicks to real-world ecological impact? So again, we are curious to hear from you what feedback mechanisms have proven most effective in this gamification technology that Alipay is using.
首先我想说明一下，我们虽然这次赞助这个报告啊，但是我们入选这个案例并不是因为我们做了资金支持，因为在2019年的时候，蚂蚁森林项目已经获得了联合国的地球卫士奖。
I just want to say, the reason why Unforest project has been included in this report, not only we actually funded this report, it's also because in years before that our projects have already in the UN Planet Safeguard Pride.
然后今天其实提了问题，我们也有一个思考，其实一个长效的东西，它是需要一个机制。因为今天国内很多地方做气候变化、土地退化，更多是自上而下的，它更关注的是要建立一个政策的机制。而今天作为非国家主体在参与这些项目的时候，可能我们更考虑的是要做自下而上，但自下而上其实要解决的是一个激励机制的问题。
So before joining this panel and also the event, we have been thinking this question for a very long time. As you know, in the China background, most of the restoration projects are the top-down projects. They're really led by the governments. They have the funds and also the land. But now for the unforest projects, we're also there's a really down to from down to up project. So we are always thinking about the reward mechanism to keep things ongoing and a sustainable approach.
我们大概项目是从2016年开始做的，今年是我们的第10年。然后我们只做了一件事情，我们会发现在全球范围内，人类和树的关系是很亲切的，很多人都愿意去种一棵树，但是由于现在的这种城市的发展，可能大家没有时间和精力去种。我们做的方式就是我们做了一个激励，让用户在线下去做一些绿色低碳的行为，他们可以获得一个能量球的奖励。他在线上可以用能量球把树种下，然后就由我们的赞助方 Forest 和蚂蚁集团来捐赠资金，真实的把树种下去，这样能让用户所做的绿色低碳行为和他种树这件事。
Starting from 2016 and now it's 2026. So during these years, we find that people and the environments, the relationship is kind of very close to each other. So people actually really want to engage into the tree planting projects, but they, because of the urbanizations or the people have the busy days, they don't really have the time to go deep down to plant a tree. So that's why forest comes here. So every day, people's low carbon activities, such as using bikes or buses, they were collecting the green energies on their phones, and although the apps designing by Ali Group and Alipay. So when they have already collected enough green energies, then Forest Foundation will transfer them to actual monies and then donate it to the area. So we really need to have the restoration actions.
所以刚才的报告里看到的是种下了7亿棵树啊，其实我想说7亿棵树并不重要，在过去的10年里面，我们统计了一下，大概有超过7.5亿的人在参与，他们种下了7亿棵树，其中有1.5亿人是实实在在的由自己的行为种下树的，就这1.5亿人是在过去10年里面真正种下树的。所以今天我们在这里面看到的一个变化是，这些用户去做了一些绿色低碳的行为，然后企业因为然后我们通过这样的一个企业支持的资金把树种下去了，企业也因为参与这个事情获得了更多的用户，所以在过去的10年里面，我们做的还是比较有意义的，而且有这1.5亿用户是实实在在的在线下把树种下去的，帮他们满足了他们不能满足的一个愿望。现在。
So as you can see in the report, almost 0.7 billion trees have been planted during the past 10 years, and 0.75 billion of people actually joining our apps and collecting green energy, and 0.1 billion of people is actually planting trees locally. So you see, because of the forest projects, our Alipay and Ali Forest Foundation also have collected to absorb so many users to our groups. So this is also, we feel like it's really meaningful to restore the nature and having users to join us together. Oh, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Do. So you highlighted the importance of bottom-up processes, which Ant has successfully facilitated in China, engaging users of Alipay with this gamification, using the app and turning that into real tree planting, like real dryland restoration projects. So congratulations to Ant Forest for this great initiative. So next, I would like to turn to Dr. Den Sambu from Link to Borrow Gold project. Dr. Den Sambu is from the Mongolian National Federation of Pasture User Groups, which is a technical partner in the Borrow Gold project. So I'm curious, from your perspective, especially because you're working on the ground with many pasture users groups. What is the single most important lesson your organization has in collaborating with the pasture user groups and the Borrow Gold project?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so Borrow Gold Company is one of the biggest gold mining company in Mongolia, and under biodiversity offset project, it needed to offset some degraded area to improve, and at the same time also to restore the abandoned cropland. So yeah, as it was introduced, we are the technical part who was working on the restoration. So since the grazing land is a public in Mongolia, so we needed to support them to organize into the community depending on the grazing areas, what they are sharing. And then we call it the pasture user groups. So pasture user groups is the platform what can be the smallest unit, we could say, that to manage the grazing management. And second part of the project, it was the rehabilitation of the abandoned cropland through the shelter belt, because it was one of the most difficultly degraded area that all the times the sands were eroding by the winds. So one of the lessons what we learned from this PUG-based the conservation program, even though the herders are understanding and agreeing this ecological importance of the sustainable resilient management, but there is a need to link it to the economic incentives, because they also need to live, and they need to pay the tuition fee for their kids, and then in ecological changes and progress, it needs usually the longer time, up to 10 years, maybe minimum it can take 5 years. So that's the long time for the herders. So that's why that it's really very important to link to the economic incentives. And then secondly is that past user groups is not just a platform for the grazing management, it's also a good platform for the biodiversity conservation and the resilience management and resilient income generation for the herders. So that's in a brief. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Densambu, for highlighting the importance of including economic incentives as part of the package, linking that with livelihoods. And also, I think you touch on the importance of, again, linking all the synergies of what's going on the ground and what we hope to have: biodiversity conservation, economic livelihood, and land degradation neutrality as well. So now, from the Borrow Gold project, we are moving to a project in Pakistan. We'll hear from Mr. Amir Iqbal, who's the Chief Executive Officer of SEC MC. Maybe you can help explain a little bit what SEC MC is about, and also how you are supporting this large-scale restoration in a highly arid Thar Desert. Even, for example, utilizing saline mine water for irrigation. So, of course, there might be some technical or social hurdles that you've faced, but we are curious to hear, how's your company collaborating with the local communities with this new technology of growing trees with saline water that you are introducing?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And before I respond to your question, I would like to congratulate IUCN on launching of this comprehensive book. I think it's a very good initiative of sharing the best practices, and because we all can learn a lot from one another. So as you mentioned about SECMC, we are in coal mining business, and we started around 13 years ago in the arid desert of Tharparkar. This was the first of its kind project in the country. And we were very cognizant of the fact that our success would depend on if we are able to engage the local community but more importantly, how can we contribute positively towards the environment or generally. This company is also unique in a sense that it's a public-private partnership. So it is in collaboration, has an equity partnership from the government of Pakistan, government of Sindh, and some of the large business houses. So something unique, and I think this is also a good practice in mining industry, because mining is a large-scale project and it involves land and it involves water, it involves environment, and most of all, the local people. So it is always a good idea to have a public-private partnership where the government stakeholder are also sitting on the table to facilitate. Our thinking from the very start was what is our overall strategy towards the environment, and 1 billion tree third program, which is now almost 1.5, 1.6 million trees, is just one of the many projects that we did. Something which is unique in this project, and that has been our learning, is that the first step is always to develop a trust with the community, with the local community. As the speaker before me mentioned about the pastoral groups, we have similar village organizers who would interact with the villagers and give them the direction. We also have invested a lot in mobilizing the local youth through our schools and educating them on environment and plantation. One of our key initiatives, because it is in a arid area and it is in a desert, so we are in coal mining where we do a lot of dewatering underwater. We do underground water dewatering. So our 1 billion tree initiative is all based on the saline water. Then we started using that saline water for growing of grass and other fodder for the for the cattle in that area and the goats in that area. In the beginning, it was very difficult because the local farmers were, or the local community was not used to it. So we have to show them how to do it, and we did it in a small area and in terms of pilot. So I think one of the learnings that this report also talks about is start small, engage the communities, build their confidence, and then it will scale up. That's very important. Another very important success factor is the collaboration and partnership. So from the very beginning, we did partnerships and collaborations with organizations like IUCN, where it helped us develop global best practices and knowledge base. At the same time, we developed collaborations and partnership with the universities, local universities, and they help us identify the local best practices, and they did research in terms of the species, in terms of the plants that we need to do, and the methodology. The last thing is that in collaboration with IUCN, we have also done a very comprehensive flora and fauna census of the entire area, which has given us a very good roadmap for future in terms of what type of plants, what type of interventions we have to do in order to achieve LND targets for our country. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amir Iqbal. So you highlighted the importance of developing trust with the community groups. You mentioned about youth as well. You also discussed the importance of piloting as a basis for scaling up, and also how you work with knowledge organization to ensure that the impact is well monitored. So from Pakistan, let's go back to East Asia. And we have with us Ms. Aidai from AFOCO, Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. And some of the projects that are featured here in this report actually came from the network of AFOCO. So thank you to AFOCO for that. And of course, as an international intergovernmental organization, You work with lots of projects in different countries. You work with private sector as well. What do you consider AFOCO's most distinctive value add when partnering with the private sector to scale up restoration?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. And taking this opportunity, I would like also to congratulate IUCN with the launch of the casebook, and we are more than happy to contribute. And we are looking forward to contribute more, bringing from our best practices and lessons learned from the ground. Yeah, and in terms of your question, AFOCO, as you mentioned, it's an intergovernmental organization, and I think the most distinctive contribution of AFOCO is that it can bridge public sector and the private sector. So all of our member countries, they have a huge restoration targets, which require a lot of funding investment from the private sector, as well as like technologies, policy support. So what we do is like these two actors, although they have the same target, but they sometimes speak different languages. So AFOCO can connect these two actors so they can achieve both mutually the same target. So like we gave to the book like case in Kazakhstan and in Kyrgyzstan, they're a bit different, but also they have the similarities. For example, in all our projects, we think that the government ownership is very important of the project. If private sector goes without the support, political support, then it's not always successful projects. So we bring the private sector and the government in one place. So we discussed like our mutual goals. This is very important for like AFOCO. This is essential. And same what we did in Kazakhstan as well as in Kyrgyzstan. So if I highlight, for example, the Kyrgyzstan project, our initial target was only 500 farmers as a pilot, but now up to date, we have more than 17,000 farmers engaged. So this is because of our strong like collaboration with the government. We have a high support from the government, and also because of our successful implementation on the ground as well. Like AFOCO was invited by the president of the country and requested to scale up the project and bring more like private sector engagement to the project. And the other one, what is important for like what AFOCO can do is like do investable restoration projects, scalable with tangible outcomes, and we can see what the government's priorities and the private sector's target, and we can design the project so it can be scalable and investable. And the third, as my colleagues also mentioned, the benefit for the people on the ground is very important. When we design, we also involve local communities because they are the main beneficiaries of the project, and they are the one who directly influenced by the projects, and they are the dependents. So for us, it's very important to have the project where the project can also give benefits, and maybe I can say like main benefits to the people on the ground. So AFOCO is like a trustable platform that can connect government and the private sector, and as well as local communities on the ground in the projects. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aida, for explaining how AFOCO works with the stakeholders and for bringing the really Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan's voices here. So you mentioned about the role of AFOCO to not just as a bridge, but also like to in project origination or project design to create scalable and investable project. So next we move back to Mongolia, to the host country. We'll hear from Sustainable Fiber Alliance, Ms. Dolgor Suren. So, of course, SFA links the resilient threats initiative with Kashmir cooperatives, with standards as well. So we are curious to hear from you. The project is still quite new, but of course there's already like early impact assessment. What specific findings that based on your assessments that influence this year's activities, and what's the plan afterwards? You know, moving forward, what's your primary activities or objectives for SFA?
Thank you. Our project is implementing between 24 to 28. And last 2 years, we have mostly made the research and made the foundation. And from the ZOT impact assessment, we have received the feedback from herders and communities and local stakeholders to have the service directly to the herders in the Kashmir communities. And we have already established one health center in each 5 slums. We have 5 slums in Supatramek. And then from that establishment, herders requested to have mobile service. So from this year in June, we have started servicing a mobile hub clinic for human and then for vet livestock, and are also providing awareness information for herders about the rangeland monitoring. Yeah.
Thank you.
These activities take place every 3 months.
Okay.
And we already had 2 times this year and service for around 200 people, herders, and directly to go to the remote area and provide the service. Even some herders request to have like on-site brucellosis test on milk. And then the herders, we say herders is like a partner, and they are very happy for the project service.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. So what I'm hearing is that SFA is really adaptive to the need of the herders. And then also what was really exciting, you're also linking this with the One Health framework as well. So I know that we won't have time for Q&A with the audience because of the limited time that we have, and we have closing remarks. But what I want to note is that this is not the only event about this report. There will be another event on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. in Ogade Hall in Green Zone. So there will be an event in which we will discuss in more detail about the book. Again, Wednesday, August 26th at 3:30 p.m. in Ogade Hall in Green Zone. Of course, we'll send more information to the stakeholders here. So, and of course, you are more than welcome to catch all the panelists during the break that we are going to have after the closing remarks. So again, thank you so much for all the panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause. And now I'm returning the floor to Yuting, and the panelists can go back to the seat again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Satrio, for guiding such a rich discussion, and thank you all for the 5 panelists for sharing your experience today. As we bring today's event to a close, it's my honor to invite Dr. Shijun Wu, Deputy Secretary General of the China Green Foundation, to deliver the closing remarks. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Mm. 谢谢。尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon.
衷心感谢 IUCN 联合国防治荒漠化公约秘书处精心筹办本次编会，感谢蚂蚁森林基金会支持本项研究， 我很荣幸代表中国绿化基金会致闭幕词。
Thank you for IUCN and the Secretary of UNCCD to organize this event, and I'm also appreciate Unforest Foundation to support this event as well. On behalf of the China Green Foundation.
本次编会成果诠释了非国家行为体在全球土地治理中的独特价值，为土地退化零增长目标提供了新思路与实践样本。
This event is a great sample of non-state actors to contribute to the land restoration and to support the natural goals to this growth.
中国实践是践行绿水青山，就是金山银山理念，参与全球生态治理的缩影，传承千年的天人合一、道法自然生态智慧，为生态治理提供了价值内核。
Well, China has been a very long time restoration on the land degradation, and we have bring the concept of the green mountain, the blue water to the green gold green mountains. So this is also the great sample to the world to celebrate our experience.
走出的生态保护、绿色发展、民生改善协同路径，为全球干旱地区治理提供了东方视角。
And all the cases from us and all the cases brings side views of the land restorations and the synergy of both economics and the restoration.
结合中国绿化基金会与蚂蚁森林长期深耕荒漠化防治的实践探索，我分享4点体会。
From the long cooperation from China Green Foundation and the Unforest Foundation, I'm going to share 4 points of insights that are going to be.
一、汇聚多元力量，构建共治格局。近10年来，我们探索形成用户、企业、公益组织、政府、社区5方协同生态治理机制，把制度优势转化为生态治理的效能。
We really value the multi-stakeholder experience. We include NGOs, communities, the governments, and all the stakeholders to come together. We bring the contribution to the land to the most.
累计在7个荒漠化重点省区栽植实生苗木超3.24亿学，多数布局于3北防护林核心地带，打造出社会化生态治理新模式，彰显全社会共建生态家园的责任担当。
For this project, the cooperation with the China Green Foundation and the Unforest Foundation, we have grown 0.3 billion of trees together. Great rewards of this lands.
2、坚守科学导向，筑牢生态屏障。我们深悟两山理念内涵，坚持修复质量优先，从严开展水资源承载力、树种适配性、土地权属、社区意愿综合研判。
We bring the scientific knowledge to the top. We really value the science approaches to the land.
构建县级自查、第3方验收、第4方监督的闭环指控体系，资金拨付与治理成效刚性挂钩。
So we have the county evaluations and the third-party evaluations to have the multi-assessment to make the quality to the best.
以全过程绩效管理守护公益价值，稳固沙区生态屏障，夯实永续发展根基。
We have an assessment to the whole project period, and in order to save the project qualities and to have sustainable projects.
三、推动价值转化，赋能共同富裕。我们推动生态与民生深度耦合，促进沙区生态资源向绿色发展资源转化，因地制宜发展林下种养、生态文旅等特色沙产业。
We have also valued the value transformations. So beside the restoration, we want to transform the sand to the economics, to the ecological tourist and other values to the societies.
2016到2025年，累计创造造林管护就业超479万人次，带动劳务收入突破7亿元，让沙区群众共享治理红利，助力乡村振兴与区域绿色转型。
From 2006 to 2025, we have bring so many jobs to the sand areas, and we have bring more than 5 million jobs to the areas, to the local communities. And now we have we have successfully turned the sand restoration back to the economic and also the job values.
四、传承生态文脉，凝聚全球共识。直绿护沙既是生态工程，也是文化铸魂工程。
And the fifth one is we want to value the global consensus of the sand restoration and the drought resilience.
项目将中华传统生态智慧融入全民公益场景，弘扬艰苦奋斗、守望相助的新时代精神，持续传播绿色低碳理念。
China want to keep exploring the low carbon concept, and then we want to have the drought resiliency to the global experience.
引导更多人尊重大地、珍爱自然的自觉追求，汇聚起广泛参与全球生态保护的文化向心力。
Lead up the more global audience to the resiliencies and the sustainable growth lifestyles, and then we can work together as a global world.
土地退化是全球性挑战，生态保护无国界，绿色发展命运与共。
Land degradation is a global issue that we need to work together as a human being, and then restore of land together.
立足 COP17 多边平台，我们期待与东亚、中亚伙伴深化合作。
Regarding COP17 as a platform, we want to cooperate with Northern and Western Eastern Asia as a partnership to work together.
一是分享中国社会化生态治理经验，支持各国探索本土特色修复路径。
First is have multi-countries experience as a start point, and also the leading ways that we can exchange our experience and also find our work path to the future.
二是聚焦跨境沙源防控、干旱区植被恢复等议题，推进民间项目合作与人才交流。
About the multi-regions cooperation, so we really want to encourage the cooperation with different regions and different countries, so we can have some value persons exchange projects to share experience and share values.
三是依托 UNCCD、IUCN 机制，推动非国家主体实践成果纳入全球荒漠化治理框架。
And thirdly, we really want to encourage our contributions of non-state actors addressing the dry land and also the land degradation to the UNCCD output.
各位嘉宾，修复退化土地是一场长期的绿色远征。中国绿化基金会将持续践行两山理念，发挥民间组织桥梁作用，深化国际绿色协作， 为守护东亚及中亚生态安全，实现全球可持续发展，贡献中国民间力量。
China Green Foundation would like to be the bridge to connect non-state actors and government representatives to support land restorations together, because we know the soil, the dry land resilience and the land restoration is a long-going process. We want to keep this sustainable going.
谢谢大家，
Thank
祝
you
各
very much.
位工作顺利，身体健康。
I wish you have a good day experience in COP.
好，谢谢。
Andrew's asking for a charger. Andrew's asking for.
So I just put it here. Yeah. 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 I just have it. Yeah. Yeah. Or you can. Yeah. I see. So.
Thank you. Okay. Where do you feel now? Karibu na lima hapo. Oh, so that they are already arranged. So amesemaje juu ya use of this? No.
Yeah.
In fact, ni kama hatuna presentation, si ndio? Oh, from Tam. So she explained to Tambushi. Oh, okay. Oh. Will be okay. Alafu. Yeah. Wenye wako kwa ile. Ilikuwa oh, sorry.
Okay.
So can we prepare to start? Yeah. Everybody is welcome. Don't leave, you're welcome. All of you. You're all welcome. Yeah. Oh. So I think we can start. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to invite everybody to our session under IUCN. And here we will be talking about the East Africa dryland portfolio from restoration to investment. And also we will be looking at beyond restoration, building nature positive rangeland economies in East Africa. So what we are trying to question ourselves is that everything needs investment and everything needs funding. Restoration needs funding. But therefore, after we have done our initial funding, what next? Do we stop there because funds have dried up? So there we want to look at beyond that restoration funding. How do we keep sustainability? How do we ensure that everything we have started is sustainable through local actions so that people don't really have to wait for external support? So with that, today, we'll run our program to move from 2 to 3. I mean, we have just 1 hour. So when you are called upon to speak, make sure you take toll of the time, and also we stick to the point. As we proceed, we will have our first segment will be our opening session, which will be conducted by Professor Goulier. And after him, after we are through the panel and the question and answer sessions, the session will be concluded by closing remarks from Elina Simonga from IUCN. So it will be a very interesting session. So we welcome not only those who are seated here, but even our neighbors to join us so that together we can move forward. So allow me to call upon Professor Abdi Yakub Goulier to give us his opening remarks. Welcome, Prof. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Blaise. I'll give opening remarks, and we'll have an interesting discussion thereafter. As you've heard, my name is Abdi Goulier. I work in the Office of the President. I advise on livestock and rangelands in Kenya. And by way of introduction, the question one would ask is why drylands? Why talk about it now? Drylands across the globe are vital landscapes that support pastoral economies, biodiversity, food systems, particularly livestock production, and rural livelihoods. They cover approximately 40.6% of the world's land area and support millions of pastoralists and agro-pastoralists. In East Africa, for example, we have approximately 1.2 million kilometers square of dry lands or rangelands systems that support nearly 15 million pastoralists and also roughly about 50 to 55% of ruminant livestock production. Drylands also provides critical ecosystems services, including carbon storage, water regulation, soil protection, and wildlife habitat. Yet these landscapes are under increasing pressure from climate variability, prolonged droughts, land degradation, invasive species, and declining vegetation cover. These pressures threaten food security, biodiversity, carbon storage, and the livelihoods and resilience of pastoral communities. At the same time, drylands continue to suffer from chronic underinvestments. Investing in dryland restoration is therefore not simply an environmental intervention, it is an investment in the productive foundation of drylands ecosystem economies. The challenge is no longer only how to restore degraded lands, but how to sustain restoration by making healthy and productive rangelands economically viable to communities, governments, and investors. And why are we talking about drylands now? Globally, up to 40% of the world's land is degraded, affecting approximately half of humanity. Climate change is increasing in frequency and severity in terms of drought, while disrupting traditional patterns of mobility, livestock production, and resource use. As rangelands degrade, their productive capacity declines, increasing vulnerability and weakening household and community resilience. The longer restoration is delayed, the greater the economic, social, and environmental cost of degradation will become. Across East Africa, governments, international institutions such as the IUCN, communities, and development partners have been testing innovative approaches through initiatives including Twende, which is the project whose jacket I'm wearing, TREPA, Stella, and Jeff7 Sustainable Forest Management, among others. These initiatives are generating valuable lessons on restoration, climate resilience, rangeland rangeland governance, livelihoods, community stewardship, and emerging investment models. The time is therefore ripe. The time is therefore right to bring these experiences together and ask, what have we learned? What is ready to scale? And what is preventing investment from reaching rangelands at the scale required? Restoring rangelands can transform degraded landscapes into productive natural assets by rebuilding vegetation, soils, and water systems. In turn, healthy rangelands can generate economic and social values through livestock production, wildlife, tourism, carbon sequestration, biodiversity, and other nature-based enterprises. The opportunity is to shift the narrative from viewing rangelands primarily as a vulnerable and degraded landscapes to recognizing them as engines of resilience, inclusive and nature-positive rural developments. The UNCCD estimates that for every $1 invested in land restoration, it will generate between $7 and $30 in economic benefits. The designation of the year 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists creates an exceptional global policy window to translate political recognition into increased investment and scalable programs. The question for governments, development partners, communities, and investors is therefore no longer simply whether drylands can be restored. The more important question is, can restoration be organized as productive, investable, and nature-positive economic system? Grants-funded projects or programs can demonstrate what works, but grants alone cannot finance the transformation of Africa's rangelands at the scale required. There is an urgent need to connect restoration with productive livestock systems, value-adding enterprises, ecosystem services, community investments, public financing, and private capital. This requires a shift from individual restoration projects towards investable rangeland economies, systems in which restoration generates measurable economic, social, and environmental returns and attracts sustainable investments. What should this particular session address? Now, this session should focus on one central question. How do we move from successful restoration and resilience projects to scalable, nature-positive investments in the rangelands? By the end of the session, we should have clearer answers to three critical questions. One, what have we learned that is ready to scale? Secondly, what is preventing capital from flowing into rangelands at scale? And thirdly, what partnerships, financing mechanisms, and investment architecture are needed to bridge this gap? Now, the answers should not end here in Ulaanbaatar or Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. They should help shape the investment propositions and partnerships taken forward to the Africa Green Investment Forum in Kenya in October, as well as inform the next generation of GEF and GCF programming. In conclusion, restoring drylands is not simply an environmental intervention. It is an investment in food security, pastoral livelihoods, biodiversity, climate resilience, and future economic growth. The window of opportunity is now. Global drying and climate variability are intensifying. Rangeland degradation is undermining productive capacity. Restoration commitments and financing opportunities are expanding, and the 2026 COP17 provides an unprecedented international platform to translate global recognition of rangelands and pastoralism into practical investment and scalable nature-positive rangeland economies. The ambition should therefore be clear: move from restoring rangelands through projects to building resilient, productive, and investable rangeland economies at scale. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. And for those who may not know, Professor is the presidential advisor on matters livestock. So what Professor is bringing in is to ensure that whatever we agree on here is heard at the highest office in the government of Kenya. Now, we have a very wonderful presentation next, which will really bring the issues that we are talking about and bring the context that we are trying to look at. So with that, I want to welcome our next presenter, Dr. Tampushi, to give us this presentation and ensure that we have heard everything that we are talking about here. Welcome.
Thank you, Blaise. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Most welcome to this side event. As mentioned, my name is Leonard Tambushi, and I'm going to take you through a few slides to see exactly what kind of portfolios that we are building in Eastern Africa when it comes to restoration and investment. So, so when you talk about restoration and investment, what East African dryland portfolio is actually teaching us, or what we are learning from, is that the way different approaches that are being utilized by different projects, different programs that promotes restoration, at the same time bring up the element of investment. How can we translate what we are doing with the communities into an economic investment? Something that does not only talk about sustainability or resilience to climate change or to climate impact, but something that can actually relate to direct or contribute directly to the economies of those communities and the countries. So in the East African region, our portfolios comprises of those different programs that we can see. The first one is the GCF 20, whereby restoring and also govern rangelands for drought resilience. The GCF TREPA in Rwanda, with an estimated of 49.5 million on landscape restoration linked to resilient livelihoods, agroforestry, and also climate smart agriculture. The GF7 being implemented in Kenya with an estimated of 18.3 million southern rangelands of Kenya. We are doing governance, restoration, and sustainable trade and value chains. Jeff Estella at the Global East Africa, 6.10, private investment incentives, and also sustainable livestock value chains for large-scale rangelands restoration. So this is just like combining them into one portfolio on one emerging rangeland investment thesis. Health rangelands can generate livestock productivity, resilience livelihoods, and also ecosystem services and investable natural capital. In the pictorial, you can see what actually, these are the results of what we've been obtaining, or rather brought together from all the projects that I've mentioned. So visually, the portfolio is bringing us the issue of field schools that we are putting up with the communities in gradation rangelands of effective demonstration and productive in terms of grass seeds and also in terms of fodder production. In some cases, in some areas, actually some community groups have invested this kind of fodder and grass seeds into an economic value, because some of them are currently even distributing to various needs in the rangelands, at the community level, to business investors and also other large-scale producers. We have the semicircular. These are very affordable techniques and solutions through which the community are engaged. They're also cost-effective and also on water conservation, directly improving reseeding success. So what is the dryland portfolio? What are we learning from that? Restoration on landscape. That is a main key. The key objectives of what we are driving is actually the issue of restoration. Then after restoration, we need to build the community enterprises in terms of community financing, governance, to build up governance structures at all levels, and also building the resilience, bringing in the issue of investment intermediaries, such as the one that is being run by the Stella. So we are putting in a complete cycle of rangeland restoration and investment together through the rangelands linked value chains across the portfolios. That is include the livestock, milk, meat, also feeds, restoration inputs. We have the hay, indigenous grass, natural-based products, restoration services, that is reseeding, tree nurseries, increasing management, natural capital, it comes to pest, and also carbon and biodiversity, biodiversity pest and stewardship payments. Just citing this, currently what we are doing, a typical example on pests. Sometimes pests has just been like a system which is introduced to either to regulate an ecosystem services like water. But currently what you're trying to do is that we are bringing in investment, like practical private sector investment into some of these pest schemes. Giving a very good example, what we've done with JEP7, the issue of honey production. We bring into community, support the community, give them tools for production, large-scale production, and link them with a private investor through sustainable MOUs, agreement signing, so they can be able to, the community can have a direct or rather link them to the markets. So the private investors just come and buy large quantities, process with them, train the community groups, and then eventually transport so the community can get direct income from the investment. Initially, we have that problem where communities produce a lot of honey and there's no market, okay? So we have transitioned from that to making it practically an investable venture. From restoration activities to investable rangelands economies, again, you see the issue of public, who can be involved and how. So you see landscape restoration is there. We have the public also on the issue of water, climate information and governance, what the private sector can bring in on livestock value chains, the fodder value chains, the grass seeds, honey, and many others. But there's this, so it's not coming. Okay, the issue of PPP. This is very critical also, but trying to come up with that introduction of the market to make sure that the market infrastructure is stable, aggregation, water, and fodder systems, which are also the issue of shared services, public and private, or rather pastoralist community, co-investment, revolving fund, which you're also trying to bring up some seed fund to the community groups to make sure that they come up with sustainable financing cycles. Nature, issue of carbon goals, carbon credits and biodiversity credits, including the PES on rangelands and soil carbon biodiversity. And then lastly, we have this blended finance, de-risking early stages or low return to make sure that we have the concessional capital, for example, the guarantees and also commercial capital. Under this investment proposition, rewards pastoralism not only for producing livestock, but also for verified stewardships of rangelands natural capital. Where do we transition to? Okay, to an investment ecosystems. Look at what the project 20 is doing on the issue of nature positive rangeland investment facilities. JEP7 on the issue of rangeland food proof points towards large scale restoration and governance. 20 outcome, that is tech evidence enterprises and also investment proposition. Stellar rangeland restoration investment originate, prepare, aggregate, and also connect viable rangeland restoration and livestock value chains together. And cross-portfolio investment, align government, pastoralists, technical partners, funds, investors, and policy evidence on pipeline and capital. So these are just like the small grants, the SGF, community resilience, CRF, investment hubs, and also blended private nature. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tampushi, for that wonderful presentation. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you, thank you. So for this section, as I told you, my name is Blaise Okinyi from State Department of Livestock. Now I want to invite my co-presenter, Catherine Mungai, to take over and conduct the next session. But before she comes, I wish to tell you that what Tampushi has presented and what Prof alluded to is that these practical solutions are already working under the 20 project. For example, the PFS, the Pastoral Field Schools, which we established, are doing real restoration in the field, and also in terms of financing or supporting the restoration. They have already established their revolving funds, table banking, where the communities are able to earn extra income as they do restoration. So these are working solutions, and we welcome everybody to join us in conducting more further practical work. So welcome, Catherine. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Okay, so I'd like to invite our panelists, Madam Halima Nenkari, Alice, Lenana Momoy, Henry, and Fiona. Kindly sit at the front so that we can get started. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So yes, thanks a lot to our previous presenters for setting the scene, and also for Blaise for emphasizing that what we're talking about today is really giving practical examples of how restoration is taking place on the ground and why we need to invest more in the rangelands. So we'd like to dig deeper into this conversation through the panelists that we have in front of us today. We have a diverse range of speakers, and they'll be speaking to us through what the government is doing, the community is doing, and also what we can learn from the research institutions. So I'll start with you, Halima, and would like to know from a government's perspective, what needs to change for successful restoration and resilience interventions to become part of the mainstream economic and development model for rangelands, rather than remaining donor-funded projects?
Thank you, Catherine. First, I might say that this is a very good topic for discussion. And this morning, one of the messages I got from the Executive Secretary of UNCCD was that the Mongolians are saying, you take care of the grass and the grass will take care of the people. So that was a powerful message from Mongolia, and a very good message takeaway. When it comes to government, government does a lot, but government does not advertise as much as others do. Secondly, government deals with everything. Projects deal with very specific issues. So we need to look at the differences within that. But I also want to say that rangelands is a very complex ecosystem. Everyone is in the rangelands. It involves everyone. So it is an ecosystem that requires the efforts of everyone. It requires multi-stakeholder approach, multi-institutional, multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral. So you can see how complex it is. And the other question is, when you say you have restored rangelands, what is restored rangelands? How do you define restored rangelands? So each of the persons in that discipline defines restoration in their own way. So we also need to appreciate that the complex rangeland requires also a holistic and a more integrated approach so that it can be sustainable. So if you just go towards one direction, you will find that you have left out somebody else. Those in wildlife will define restoration in a different way from those in forests, from those of us in livestock, from those in other disciplines. So I think we need to really look at how complex the rangelands is and see how best we can handle that. But what is more important is how do we work together? Because individually, we are spending a lot of resources and showing that the resources are scarce. I do not believe that we don't have resources. We have more than enough resources. as long as we work together to ensure that we restore the rangelands in a more sustainable way. So in Kenya, we are not short of policies, we are not short of strategies, we are not short of any of those. What is lacking is the actual implementation by all the stakeholders. So if we implemented, like we have a rangeland and pastoralism strategy within the State Department for Livestock Development, how many of us have looked at it and seen how they can anchor themselves to implement what the strategy has proposed? We want now to review the strategy and see how we can now include the current issues, because it is a few years now since its implementation. So as government, I think we welcome the participation of everyone, the cooperation of everyone, so that we make it a collective responsibility for everyone. And remember, rangeland restoration is not an environmental cost. It is an economic investment. And you heard the professor say earlier on that if you invest $1, you harvest $7 to $30. Now, it is sad that money for emergency response is very easy to get, but money for disaster risk reduction is not easy to get. So that really makes it, especially from the donor community, the development partners, can we change our focus so that we concentrate on what is an economic gain as far as investment is concerned? And then as long as people sustain the restoration, then of course the livelihoods will also be improved. So we need to together build an investment pipeline so that all of us, including private sector, can deal with that. So successful restoration should eventually be financed by government, and government is already doing it, though not at a very large scale. In Kenya, we are talking about 40 million hectares. And you've seen the figures that Daktari listed in the projects. That is a drop in the ocean. So how can we now make sure that all the parties who are claiming to be doing restoration put the money together and see how we can implement restoration of the rangelands in Kenya? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Halima. I think it's well noted that the government has created an enabling environment for a multi-stakeholder approach to be implemented in terms of encouraging investments in rangelands. And I think talking about the issues of investments and ensuring that we have benefit sharing and ensuring that communities are well involved, I would like to invite Alice to tell us more about when we look at it from a community perspective, looking at the fact that you're the ones who manage the land and the landscapes, what would make a nature positive investment genuinely valuable and fair to pastoralists rather than simply an investment that is taking place on your land? Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I talk about investment in the community, we need to understand, first of all, a community is not only beneficiaries of what is happening, but they should be looked at the owners and key decision makers when it comes to enterprises. So like in our rangelands, there is an introduction of what we call carbon credits. Organizations have come to do carbon credit, both either soil carbon or we have also RED Plus, tree carbon. And these investments are really making the communities to be closer to managing rangeland because they are getting something out of it. However, a requirement, the communities require to be trained, to be brought to the center so that they may be able now to really appreciate the fact that when rangelands are protected, when rangelands are okay, so it is for them to continue having those investments. And for them to participate, for the communities to participate fully, is that local knowledge needed to be encouraged, because now you can't also come and impose some knowledge because these communities have been there for quite a long. They understand how the dynamics, though there is this climate change which is leaving everybody out or putting people on offside. So, but when the community, INGOs, government, when they put effort together to work together, I think that one we will be able to appreciate those investments, and they will get a long-lasting solution than if just one group come and try to work in isolation, because it will not be possible for them to achieve the intended target. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Alice, and especially for reminding us that we need to take into consideration traditional knowledge, even as we continue to develop some of these projects, and as we continue to think about investments in the rangelands, and also emphasizing the need for a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary approach. And then looking at the issue of institutional systems, because the institutions, we work within these institutions, governance is supported through the institutional framework. Henry from NDMA, given that you have been implementing the 20 project that we've heard about from the previous speakers, and also that through the project we've invested in climate information, drought preparedness, and participatory approaches, what have we learned from the institutional systems, and what do we need to, what kind of institutional systems do we put in place to ensure that investments in rangelands is translated for the long term? Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Hello. Through 20, under component 1, we were able to establish community structures to take care of the governance in the rangelands. And what we realized, or what we've come to learn with the communities, is that local governance must have real authority for them to enforce the grazing bylaws that we have developed with them, and to ensure that they have access to dry season grazing areas, and we can regulate the time that we are going to use those resources during the dry season. And through that, we will be able to reduce conflict between communities, and we can go through the drought period of 3 months usually, and we get the next rains, and we are able not to lose our livestock. So giving authority to these structures is very, very key. Secondly, is that participatory plans that were developed by the communities must be enforceable public decisions, in the sense that we need to translate these plans into bylaws and then mainstream to county legislation and recognized by management arrangements. That means at the county level, the sector's plans should incorporate the decisions made by the grazing committees, and they can access county resources to operationalize those plans and get supportive resources to scale out. Secondly, we are sharing on a monthly basis the climate information, which is a participatory situation where we integrate community early warning systems or community knowledge plus the scientific knowledge, and we use this to make decisions in our daily lives at the community level, at the county steering groups, and sectoral committees at the counties. This will enable good planning, resource allocation, and supporting mobility of the pastoral communities, and also addressing conflict that may arise over natural resource use. We have had institutions already have been established, and therefore these institutions will need to continue after the project. So we want to bring on board other partners to engage with us at the landscape and the county levels, so that we can actually harmonize the governance structures because there are multiplicity of governance structures that have been established by different partners. But you are saying we are using a landscape approach, not project-based approach. So can we harmonize all these structures from different projects, and then we have a landscape grazing committee, landscape peace committee, and then we'll be able now to manage those landscapes properly and ensure the continuity of these institutions. Finally, these institutions must be inclusive. So gender inclusivity is very key for sustainability of these structures and also for the decisions to be owned and operated by all people in those landscapes. So women, youth, elders, and then traditional leaders and partners in those landscapes must be part of those institutions and support them. And lastly, finance is required to scale out these interventions across those landscapes and support communities to lead by doing themselves. And these partners can just shadow them as we support them to execute their plans, because the plans belong to the communities, not the partners. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot, Henry. And speaking about finance, and in order to tie in all the discussions that we've had so far, I would like to invite Fiona Flint from the International Livestock Research Institute, just to tell us, given the fact that we've heard about the evidence, we've talked about the community priorities, we've talked about the enabling institutions, we've also talked about the financing requirements, and including the gaps and opportunities. Where is the actual rangeland investment case, and how can the rangeland restoration investment hub turn restoration opportunities and nature positive enterprises into propositions that investors can finance? So how can we develop bankable projects in a nutshell?
Thank you. So yeah, there's been a lot of talk about investment in rangelands over the last few days and continuing through this week. But I think it's also become clear that particularly where we're talking about investment in rangeland restoration, where we're faced with a number of very big challenges and also failures. The market at the moment basically fails to capture the full value of rangelands. There's also a lack of data, and it's also very much a top-down funding process. Secondly, there are coordination failures of complementarity between actions and multiple actors. And I think it's really interesting to see how here Habibu and team have put together, shown how all those JAF projects link up. And really, that really adds value to Jeff's whole portfolio and long-term thinking into investing in all the different rangeland aspects in the region. And that's more, I think, about what we need to focus on is not individual projects, individual investments, but how everything fits up and supports each other. Implementing it is a little more difficult, challenging, but at least that's a good start. Also, investment barriers. So once you move on to actually having a reasonably enabling environment, once you move on to the investment, making rangeland restoration attractive for investments needs work. We're talking about long-term change, quite unpredictable change. We can't control the natural environment. We know that drylands, rangelands are prone to a lot of stress, a lot of shocks. There's often high upfront and transaction costs, particularly setting up investments, limited access to finance to cover those initial stages. So that's where public financing needs to come in to support, to catalyze the private sector financing. Uncertainty of impacts, risks that need to be mitigated, and think, how can those risks be spread by governments taking on responsibility, communities taking on responsibility, other stakeholders.
And then implementation constraints. You know, pastoral systems, rangelands are very complex. Firstly, we need to educate investors what are the special characteristics of rangelands that need to be taken account into investment plans, cases. And then also thinking about the monitoring. So data is a big gap. Data at national levels is a big gap. You know, there is no country that has a comprehensive rangeland monitoring system. There are countries that have parts of a comprehensive monitoring system. I've been involved in supporting Ethiopia with a World Bank IFAD project there, pastoral project, to develop a national rangeland monitoring system. And this is probably the most comprehensive one that will, that is being established. And I think other countries in the region can learn from that, you know, use what Ethiopia has developed to replicate in other countries. So national data and having those hubs of data is going to make everyone's life easier. Governments in reporting of impacts for investors to understand the national context, the local context, and then also monitoring of impacts, creating data from there, but also then, as we've said, communities, pastoralists also need to have data. They need to be able to better understand the investment environment. They need to understand the pros and cons of entering into some of these investment deals, whether it's a carbon project or other kind of investments. You know, what might they lose from that investment, as well as what they might gain. And one worry I have here is that we have all this big, or potentially have all this big finance coming in for rangeland restoration. But how do we really help build the capacity of communities, pastoralists, other land users to be in the driving seat of that investment, of planning, thinking, knowing what the risks and the pros and cons of that investment are, having the information at hand, but then also to develop an investment case that will attract investment, but they're driving that. And this is really, I think, where we found the niche for the Rangeland Restoration Investment Hub is we as ILRI or CGIR partners working with governments and to a newer degree private sector, but also working with pastoralist organizations or with pastoralists on the ground in some cases. You know, I think we're well positioned to help bridge this gap between the investor and the pastoralists and other land users, and help build their capacities to be able to engage on a more level playing field. So I think that's kind of the direction where we're heading. We've been working with different producers, a whole range, like in Kenya. We've worked with the Old Pejita Conservancy, that's more individual, business focused, but then we've worked with a company that's developing non-timber forest products and more grounded. And so, you know, I think that's where we can be.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Fiona. That's very interesting. I think the issues, we are also running out of time, and I was hoping we could have maybe 1 minute to engage with our audience. Thanks a lot for joining us. So I don't know, do we have a question or a comment or a contribution from the audience? Would anyone like to share? So yes, thanks. But please keep it short.
I'm going to be very brief.
Thank you.
I'm Reinhold from Namibia, and I work as a project manager for a Jeff-funded project. My question is to the panel: how do you see communities able to sustain these interventions if there were no carbon credits or the private sector, for example? Do you think they will be able to continue this work without external support and money coming in from carbon credit programs or private sector partnerships?
That's a very good question. So, Alice, do you want to take that? How will you survive as a community member if we don't have this funding? Briefly.
Thank you very much. Without carbon credit, I think communities will not be able to survive unless now we think and again outside the box or outside the carbon credits and see how best then we can be able to manage our rangelands without carbon.
Okay, that's interesting. Henry, you want to add something?
Yeah,
Very short
I want to
that-
say
yes.
that communities have their own value chains, which the project has supported, particularly under 20. So we have like milk, camel milk, we have beef and mutton, we have gums and resins, which is products that are just available within the community. And we have tried to add value, aggregate, and support them. So they are now able to be linked into the market and they can sell. So they can use the part of the proceeds to do restoration activities in their landscape. So the end of the project really does not mean the end of those institutions, because we are also linking with the partners in the landscape who are there or for a long haul. So they will support those structures. That's why we said, instead of using a project-based structure, can we do it on a landscape scale so that we can be able to support once another project exists? Thank you.
Thank you. Halima, keep it very, very short.
Thank you very much. I think I want to say that there was rangeland restoration before carbon credits. So it is possible that without the carbon credits, that rangelands restoration can continue. Secondly, we've had the results from the 20 projects in terms of the pastoralist field schools. A lot of that is investing in capacity development of the communities. And that concept is an FAO concept. And I'm one of the champions of pastoralist field schools. And especially for these particular ones of the 20 project, you have seen the results, very promising. Farmers, pastoralists are now very proud of, and they are continuing even without the field school. So that is one of a very sustainable aspect in terms of continuity with restoration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I think the takeaway is we need to have sustainable alternatives. So I'll hand over back to Blaise. I think you can still remain seated, and then I'll hand over to Blaise to take us through the next session.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Indeed, you have really taken the session very well. And due to time, allow me to directly, yes. Oh, Elena. Now, before we reach there, Dr. Olivier, I wanted to call you to just briefly take us through this session on on the Q&A, the road to COP17, Green Investment Forum, so that from here we know what are our roles in the Green Investment Forum and also this nature-based rangeland investment coalition. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you for all the panelists. I think we are learning that Africa and rangeland are a source of investment opportunity, right? I like what Fiona talked about. One of the issues we have is coordination. We call it coordination failure, right? So we are failing to coordinate ourselves. So one of the solutions we are proposing is why don't we, when I say we, it's all the development partners, investors, communities, other organizations are supporting government. Why don't we form a coalition of a coalition of the willing. People who are willing to support this from different angles. How can we frame work together to look for those opportunities together, but also to provide the solution together? So we are proposing to start a discussion around how can we do this coalition. There is these QR codes. Just take a picture. You add your details. Then we are going to create a group where you can start discussing how can we create this coalition. The next thing is the government of Kenya is organizing the first Africa Green Investment Forum. It will be in the end of October or early November. I'm inviting you to stay tuned. We are going actually to use even this platform to communicate what's going to happen, but we need to get prepared. It's not a conference. It is rather a space for matchmaking investors being matched with the investees. So we need to start working on preparing for those investees. And I think that is where the Rangeland Restoration Investment Hub is going to play a critical role. So I really hope that we're going to engage with IRI to see how can we onboard many of the pipeline that can be presented in that forum. Yeah. Thank you. I think the assignment is
assignment is done. And as we are coming to the end of our segment today, if there is anybody who has one very burning question to be handled, there's your chance. Only one person. Yes. Madam, you can come in front. Yeah. Yeah, because of gender, I've seen mostly it is the boy child who are asking all the questions, doing all the talking. So allow us to bring in the girl child to also bring their perspective. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Monica Yator. I work for Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative, and I'm also the co-chair Agroecology Coalition. My question is, where is agroecology in this conversation? Number two, Kenya recently launched National Agroecology Strategy. Can we have this conversation on board? Thank you.
Okay. If there is anybody in the panel who can just give one sentence, then we can give our reaction to Yator's question. Yeah. Anybody in the panel?
Yeah, I want to say that agroecology is part and parcel of rangeland issues. So it is not left out. It's just that it has been packaged separately. When I began, I said rangeland restoration is a very complex ecosystem. So it has everybody in it, but we try to pick out small pieces. But now you have heard there is a reason for us to have a coalition so that everybody is in it and we all contribute towards the restoration of the rangelands. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of our session today, and we will conclude it with closing remarks from Elina Simonga from IUCN, whom I want to kindly invite to come and give us closing remarks. And as it comes, I want to say that during the 2026 UNEA conference, we are trying to also bring in the One Health approach, where we say the health of the pastoralist, the health of the animal, and also the health of the ecosystem. So one of them suffers and all of them suffers. Thank you, Karibu, Elinasi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Called Elinasi, working for IUCN as a regional head of land systems, SRO, Eastern and Southern Africa, but also serving as a country representative IUCN Kenya. So let me close by reflecting on some of the key messages emerging from today's discussion. So what we have heard is that East Africa's rangelands are not simply landscapes in need of restoration. They are economic, ecological, and social systems with potential to generate resilient, sustainable livelihoods and create investable opportunities. We've also seen that restoration, community governance, climate information, and resilience livelihood can work together, but evidence alone will not deliver the scale we need. The next frontier is therefore about making a fundamental transition from hectares restored to functioning rangeland economies, from beneficiaries to communities, economic actors, from individual projects to investment pipelines, and from fragmented financing to an investment ecosystem. Today's discussion has also made clear that scaling requires several pieces to come together, including, for example, enabling environmental policies and public investments, secure community rights, ownership and benefit sharing, credible evidence and impact measurements, investment-ready enterprises and landscape propositions, transactions preparations and intermediation, and more importantly, public, climate, and private capital. The emerging Rangeland Restoration Investment Hub has an important role to play in bridging opportunities and transactions. But the broader question before us is, how do we connect all these actors around a shared investment agenda for nature-positive rangelands? This is where the idea of nature-positive rangeland investment coalitions become particularly relevant. I see this not as another institution or platform for its own sake, but as a practical mechanism to connect policy, communities, evidence, investment pipelines, and capital. And importantly, how do you call it? Ula Bata. I think I got it right. Ula Bata should be a starting point, not an end point. The priorities and ideas emerging from today's discussion will be carried forward to the Africa Green Investment Forum in Kenya in October, as Dr. Olivier mentioned, where we will have an opportunity to take this conversation another level, from evidence and ambitions towards concrete investment propositions, partnership, and financing. Beyond this forum, this agenda can also help shape the next generation of investments, including, JEF9, Northern Rangelands, that currently IUCN is working with other partners, 20 Phase 2, and future GCF and JEF programming. So as we close, our invitation to everyone here is simple. Let us move from restoring rangelands to investing in their future. For those interested in contributing to the emerging investment pipeline, the investment hub, or the coalition dialogue, we invite you to register through the follow-up form. I think it is projected there. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing this important conversation with all of you.
So we are inviting you for a photo session in front here. The panelists, Mr. Elimnasi Monga, and all of us, what the podium can be able to accommodate. Let's come in. Want to get to quiet, if you don't mind. Oh. I'll give it out to him here. Do just. Just eat.
Oh, okay, this is the official. Did you know that? You're looking at the guy in the center.
One, two, three. Asante. Yes. Nice. That's our thing.
It's a wrap. Maybe another session is coming. My lost and found sister. You have that
Maybe
does she have
share. We'll
you
send
have,
you
you have,
here to
you have
share.
each other's contacts?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So, we'll get to share.
We'll get it. We'll share it with you.
Oh, you can share with us. Oh. Oh, I have a number, so I'll be able to. Good. Yeah, that's my wonderful.
What's up, one? Yeah. No, there is a note.
Hi. Hi. How are you? I saw it on LinkedIn. I commented. Yes. You saw me. I saw it. Yeah. Very nice meeting you. Yes. Hello. Hi. How are you today? Nice to meet you. Project Fund.
Yeah. I'm the one who annoys you.
Okay.
Oh, I know you want to vote me. I vote myself. So. Yeah, I appreciate it. So,
That's what you have observation.
Yeah, we've been trying to sort of see some shifting some patterns. So it's an indication.
Exactly.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah. See you around.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. Well, exactly.
Okay. So I had to find, she was very positive. And there's a system. There was then 2030.
When it was action dome, so it's here.
Oh, maybe it's an action dome. Maybe I didn't, because I think it's nice.
Oh. I'm struggling with no, with other. Land?
And 2030 was, but that's later. This is.
This is even finished. It's finished. Oh, I'll check. I'll just. Check.
Did you see it? I was like, you guys are here. I didn't know. I think I invited you to an event.
We are here.
Well, we're here. Still for some days, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bag is needed, please send it to someone. Okay, great, excellent. Because why we shouldn't be carrying, look, if anything goes wrong. स्पेस कम तो नहीं होगा या ऊपर ऊपर हाँ
कहीं रखवा देते हैं यार
जी बिल्कुल
Podium पर
the angle is okay
जी
slightly to the side to this side no वो
चलिए
अपने आप
काम
जाएगा
एक काम करती हूँ ना मैं देखती हूँ स्क्रीन पे कैसा आ रहा है डर रहा है कह रहा हाँ सर
राइट और लेफ्ट ही करना होगा
ठीक है
सर रुकेंगे
क्योंकि वो BMZ से है ना ये तो मिनिस्ट्री से है हाँ लगवा देती हूँ अभी एक बार बस वो चेक करिए कि मिनिस्टर की फोटो कवर तो नहीं कर रही फ्लैग को We can shift it a little bit. Okay. Now see. And now you just need to move over a bit. More? Okay. जी हाँ आ रहे हो करना
No, is this better?
So on my end, everything is clear.
But that.
No.
We'll have to know more.
मेरे हिसाब से ये बता देते हैं ठीक है
Sarah and Fiona, can you hear me?
Pure?
Hello. Okay. So it seems to be working. Seems to be working. Okay. Let me just see.
बस हम लोग all good, all set.
Okay. Bye.
I can't hear you.
So we were just going to test with Fiona and Sarah.
Right. Oh, sorry. The flag is visible, right? I did that.
Vanya, can you hear the sound in the room?
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks for that.
You're using this one or that
Can I just get one clarification? Yeah, I think it's easiest if I share my screen, right? Because I'm not sure the PowerPoint comes out correctly when you're doing it through Google.
Yeah, no.
So-
I've downloaded it on PowerPoint and it does work. So, but either way, if you prefer to share your screen, then that's fine. But we have
Because
got
then
it
I can
lined up.
be in control of when
Okay.
when I change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to do that now then, please?
You want to try now?
Okay, so we'll just
Yeah.
keep it up. Yeah. Okay. I just need to. Now I had to up. Let me just find the right version because. Basic no voiceover.
सर ये फ्लैग छुप रहा था ना एक चेयर हटा दो
Okay, so if we just ministers as it's pretty much minister shape. So this is fine.
ठीक है
Manpreet, एक बार check करोगे वहां से. How does it look? Because it shouldn't be too much in the corner.
Step over to your right.
Right.
Tiny
So
bit, yeah,
this is-
otherwise you lose half.
Yeah, yeah. So I just thought as much. Perfect. Huh?
भी आ रहे हो
ठीक. So
wait for
Vanya, Sarah here. We can see that, but it's not in display mode at the most. Still,
Oh no
you
no,
probably
I
have to
can
click
just
it
do
again.
that. But it's
Yeah,
maybe
I can
we
see
wait.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
we can see it here on the screen, and we can hear you, so that's all fine.
Use that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, she's.
The right side rather than the top.
I can change the view.
Oh, you can change
I can change the view. Yeah. Okay, Vanya, just hold there for one moment, and I'm just gonna set the view on our side. Just one sec.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Miss Finn. Yeah, we're just testing the sound and all of that. Hi, Miss Finn. Yes, we're just testing the sound and the Côte d'Ivoire. So I saw the Togo and Côte d'Ivoire was mixed, but they were also mixed in this that was uploaded. So I just took Togo. Message of them and then the informations. Questions.
Give the thumbs up if she can hear you.
Hello, Vanya, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
perfectly fine. Yeah. I just leave this presenters mode because I don't see you at all.
The first slide up or?
Yeah, first slide up.
Okay.
No, not her.
Not her, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, she can stop.
Yeah.
Stop sharing now, Vanya.
Vanya, you can stop sharing. We'll start with putting the speaker slide up. Cool.
Speaker slide, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and I think the best is that I share then when it comes to my presentation, I share on my end. And now I'm also getting WhatsApp messages about the video recording. I can upload the video recording as well in the Google Drive, but it looks like it's working fine.
Good afternoon. I would request you to be all seated. We are waiting for the minister to arrive, so we'll get started in a minute. Huh? It's quite hard, right? It's kind of, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because for the minister, yeah, he's tall. Maybe we take this away. We just use that mic. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. We are waiting for the Honorable Minister to arrive, then we'll start the session. Okay, gonna run it.
I don't know.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, distinguished colleagues and friends. Welcome to the IUCN Pavilion and on this session on Land 2030, Linking Action, Network and Delivery. It's my pleasure to welcome you all. My name is Chetan Kumar. I will be your moderator today. Now let me start by framing the context of this session. Because over the past week here at COP, we have heard a great deal about the global ambition on restoration. At the same time, we have also heard a lot about countries' priorities, national priorities, and realities of implementation. Now, this session brings an important dimension that has been missing in the conversation, the regional dimension of restoration. And that matters because there are two important regions. First, the regional initiatives have become an important bridge between global ambition and national action. While Bond Challenge provided the global ambition of 350 million hectare, several regional initiatives represented here, AFR 100, Initiative 20 by 20, ECA 30, and Results Asia Pacific, they bring together restoration more closer to the regional priorities and implementation. And second, we have more than a decade of experience to draw upon. So this is the time to reflect what has worked, what has been difficult, and what experience do we have from finance, partnership, implementation, and results. And that's why we have this conversation here today. We have a very distinguished panel, so I will not take much time. I will just outline how we are organized for the session today. So we will have four parts. We will start with opening remarks from IUCN, Government of Germany, and the Government of India to set the context from the global perspective to partnership to more in-country experience and results that have been achieved. With that, then we'll move to the economics and finance of how can we finance and make more investment or get more investment in restoration, with the World Bank setting the context and sharing more data and evidence to make investment case. Then we will move to what has been the major issue that I mentioned, looking at the experience of the regional initiatives, what experience they have. And last but not the least, we will talk about what does it mean on the ground? How has it delivered on the ground? So we have quite a lot of ground to cover. I would, as I said, not take much of time here to explain further about the sessions, as I will invite each of the panelists as we start the session. Also, in the interest of, I know we have a lot to cover, so we will keep time, and my colleague here will point when you have 1 minute to finish, just a housekeeping reminder. So with that, it's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN. Gretel will set the wider context for us with the experience of what the restoration agenda has told us or shared with us, also around implementation, finance, and scale. Gretel, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here in your IUCN house. So welcome, of course, all of you to the pavilion. Let me begin by thanking GIZ and World Vision for convening this important discussion, and Ms. Constance Neher from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development for helping to open today's session. Thank you very much. A very warm welcome to our distinguished Minister Bhupender Yadav. Thank you, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of the Government of India. Thank you for joining us and for India's strong leadership on restoration. Thank you very much, Minister. We feel honored that you are here in our house, IUCN. India's commitment to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land under the Bond Challenge is the largest national commitment of its kind. Progress towards that commitment, around 21 million hectares, is a remarkable achievement. It shows what is possible when ambition is matched with sustained national action. It is easy, ladies and gentlemen, to say these numbers here in a beautiful speech, but I'm sure that the Minister of India will share with you that restoring 21 million hectares must have been a real commitment and a lot of people working on the ground. We are now past the midpoint of the UN Decade on Ecosystems Restoration. At this time, the question is no longer simply how much we have committed, It is how we turn those commitments into lasting action at scale. Restoration sits at the heart of the Rio Convention. Restoring healthy landscapes can simultaneously support climate action, biodiversity conservation, and efforts to combat land degradation. It gives us a practical way to address these challenges together rather than through separate approaches. This is the opportunity we have now, an opportunity at the heart of the Bonn Challenge. The Bonn Challenge was launched 15 years ago by IUCN and the government of Germany. Since then, it has grown into a global platform for restoration with 75 countries and 257 million hectares of commitments. Germany has played an important role in sustaining this initiative and the partnership behind it. As we mark 15 years of the Bonn Challenge, IUCN will bring this momentum to all the 3 Rio Conventions COP this year, creating further opportunities to connect commitments, experience, and action. But we know, and perhaps you have been hearing this in many different panels here, that commitments alone are not enough. Countries need practical support to move from pledges to implementation. This is why IUCN has established the Forest Landscape Restoration Implementation Hub, which began implementation this year. It provides more targeted support to countries working to deliver the restoration commitments, helping to strengthen implementation capacity, connect partners, and accelerate delivery. The hub is currently supporting 7 countries at the moment, and of course, we welcome more countries. The countries that we are supporting at the moment are Brazil, Colombia, Madagascar, Mozambique, Peru, Tanzania, and Uganda. We also need to make sure that knowledge and experience are accessible and can be applied elsewhere. IUCN has therefore launched a new restoration knowledge management platform for South America, Plataforma RPF, bringing together knowledge, experience, and evidence on forest and landscape restoration and making it more accessible to practitioners and decision makers. These are practical ways in which IUCN is supporting countries and partners, from political commitment to implementation to the knowledge and evidence needed to scale. Friends, colleagues, the next phase of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration must be about delivery, must be about action. From commitments to implementation, from projects to scale, and from isolated successes to restoration that transform landscapes and improves lives. That is the opportunity before us, and IUCN is ready to work with all of you to deliver it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm sure that the next speakers will bring the real concrete examples, because we are here and we are here to learn, we are here to listen what others have been doing and how we can together bring more success in restoring our lands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gretel, for the outlining the global context, IUCN work, and of course, reminding us to focus on implementation. With that, I would like to invite our, we will have to improvise a little bit. Yes, please. We would like to invite Deputy Director General, Ms. Constanze Neher, from Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ of Germany. Germany, as Director General had already pointed out, has been a key player, and Ms. Neher will talk about the cooperation and partnership the government has been supporting.
Good afternoon, everybody. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the German government, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to today's very timely set discussion, financing restoration at scale, partnerships, communities, and livelihoods in action. We very prominently heard it in today's high-level opening. Land degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss are not separate crises. They are deeply interconnected. Forest and landscape restoration offers one solution to address all three simultaneously while contributing to securing livelihoods. Restoration helps to achieve the goals of all three Rio Conventions. Major regional initiatives, such as the African Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, the Initiative 20 in Latin America, or the ECCA 13 Eastern and Central Asia, have defined the global restoration agenda in the last decade. Together, 68 countries have committed to restore over 212 million hectares of degraded land. I am proud that Germany counts among the strongest supporters of these initiatives, in line with the commitment to the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and the Bonn Challenge. Over the year, Germany, together with its partners, has supported numerous forest landscape restoration projects on the ground worldwide. And just let me mention one. For instance, we support forest and farm producer organizations to improve access to finance and technical support in countries, for instance, like the DRC, Kenya, or Madagascar. And our focus has been on ensuring that restoration is people-centered, locally led, and economically viable. This leads me to my key point. Restoration is not only an environmental necessity, it is also an economic necessity. I think the managing director of the World Economic Forum, she was very clear on that today in another opening of the Business for Land initiative. She said nature is a necessity for economic resilience, and it is also an economic opportunity because it strengthens food security, livelihoods, and creates jobs. Approaches such as farmer-managed natural regeneration show how restoration can be both cost-effective and impactful. But far too little capital reaches the actors on the ground who are most essential for success and who have the knowledge. Farmers, forest users, value chain actors, namely locals and indigenous peoples. It is therefore a great pleasure to welcome panelists and speakers who have the first-hand experience on how private capital for restoration can be unlocked. Mobilizing blended finance, de-risking restoration capital, and making restoration businesses bankable is key. Our goal for today's event is to showcase achievements, connect regional initiatives, and shape a shared vision for the future of restoration. Let us use this opportunity to renew and scale our collective commitments for healthy ecosystems, resilient communities, and a sustainable future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neher, for setting out, as I said earlier, for the global context to highlighting the importance of regional initiative. I think the main takeaway for me was what you said, the restoration has to align or contribute to the development agenda. And that's where, starting from global to regional, the national experience comes into picture. And it's my great privilege to welcome Honorable Bhupender Yadav, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. India has been an important contributor to the global restoration agenda and provides a real good example of how you take restoration forward across highly diverse landscape and livelihood systems. We are also going to hear from the Minister about the success India has achieved in last 10 years. Minister, the floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for India, land restoration is an established national priority, integral to our efforts on sustainable land management, biodiversity conservation, climate action, and rural development. We view restoration not as a standalone intervention, but as an essential component of sustainable and resilient development. India is among the major global pledgers to the Bone Challenge. In 2015, India made an initial commitment to restore degraded and deforested land, which was subsequently enhanced to 26 million hectares by 2030. This commitment reflects both the scale of the challenge and our confidence in national capacity to deliver restoration at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, India has recently released its second progress report on the Bone Challenge, covering the period 2011 to 2020. The report consolidates information from all states and union territories using the restoration parameter framework, providing a comprehensive national assessment of restoration efforts. During this period, 21.76 million hectares were brought under restoration, supported by significant convergent financial flows and generating approximately 1.22 billion persons days of employment. These figures demonstrate that restoration can deliver both environmental and socio-economic outcomes, reviving degraded landscapes while creating employment and supporting rural livelihoods. Importantly, our assessment goes beyond measuring hectares. It captures restoration across forests, agriculture, soil and water conservation, and other land use systems, recognizing that restoration must respond to the ecological and socio-economic characteristics of each landscape. The reporting process has also highlighted the need to further strengthen our systems for monitoring restoration outcomes, financial flows, and livelihood impacts. India is therefore undertaking the next reporting cycle for 21-25 in collaboration with the ICFRE Center of Excellence on Sustainable Land Management and IUCN. This cycle will focus on three key dimensions. First, area restored. Second, financial flows. Third, employment generated, while strengthening our national evidence base for restoration. Friends, the credibility of any commitment ultimately rests on implementation. India has therefore developed a multi-sectorial and landscape-based approach to translating this ambition into action. The Green India Mission is strengthening forest and tree cover, ecosystem service, and climate resilience. Through compensatory afforestation fund management and planning authority, substantial resources are being directed toward compensatory afforestation and allied restoration activities. The Nagar Van Yojana for urban greening extends the restoration agenda to urban and pre-urban landscapes through urban forestry and green spaces. These efforts are complemented by watershed development, agroforestry, soil and water conservation, and community-based restoration across the country. This experience demonstrates that restoration cannot be delivered through a single program or sector. It requires convergence across landscapes, sectors, and levels of governance, from local communities and states to the union government. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look beyond 2030, our objective must be not only to restore more land, but to restore better, finance better, and deliver measurable and lasting outcomes. This will require innovative financing mechanism to mobilize greater public and private investment, stronger regional and international partnerships to share knowledge, technologies, and experience, and sustained participation of local communities. Restoration is ultimately sustained by the people who depend upon and manage these landscapes. India remains committed to working with international partners to advance restoration at scale. Our experience demonstrates that ambitious commitment can be translated into measurable outcomes when supported by strong institutions, sustained financing, sound science, robust monitoring, and partnerships across sectors and levels of governance. We look forward to working with all partners in advancing this shared agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for sharing India's experience. What you outlined in the end was really important. We need to restore better. We need to ensure that it's lasting, and that's really important. May I now invite Honorable Minister, Deputy Director General, and Director General on the stage for a photo session. Huh? Okay, we can start. Thank you very much again. We will then transition to the second part. Stay tuned, this is really important. As we heard from our keynote opening speakers about the finance case, and we are going to learn more about the investments in the sector as well as the data and related aspects. So while we are waiting for our next speaker, let's transition to the session on finance and economics. Now, before I hand over or I invite my fellow panelists here, I'd like to make 3 points about this session. We just heard Minister saying that we need to restore better. We need to have better finance directed towards people who need it. There are 3 aspects or the 3 themes that have been kind of common across different sessions and discussions that I have been part of throughout the last week and even today. The first, we need to be clear about the scale. What scale are we talking about? It's not just having more number of projects or more number of hectares. It's about creating the conditions. Second is making stronger economic case. We need better data to guide investment. And the third, it needs to be connected to the wider context of implementation. So with that framing, let me invite our next panelist. We have Dr. Vanya Westerberg from GIZ Forest for Future and Economics of Land Degradation Initiative. Vanya is joining us remotely, and she will be talking about the evidence on the cost, benefit, and economic returns of forest landscape restoration and how this evidence can strengthen the investment case for restoration. Vanya? You are muted. Can you unmute?
Yeah. Thanks very
Can
much.
you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Perfect. Let me just share the screen. Okay, can you see the slides? All good?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so thanks very much for this opportunities. Very a pleasure to be here, and I'm glad notably to be presenting lessons for the Forest for Future project that has been undertaken in 6 African countries by GIZ, running 2020 to 2027. This assessment has been undertaken together with Mes Fintilahun and my colleague Michael Reynolds. So The typical measures that forest landscape restoration measures that have been implemented include agroforestry, FMNR, orchards, support of cooperatives, and covering now some 1,400 hectares. And what we're seeking to do in this assignment and in this presentation is to understand how we can deploy capital, not just such that we can implement these measures, but also maintain them and scale them while feeding into processes such as our RFR 100. And we've done the assessment using country-specific literature, interviews, and also secondary data when there was missing data gaps. And indeed, when we're working with nature, we're often stacking very many different benefit and therefore revenue flows at different moments in times. And here comes the first challenge from a valuation perspective. What assumption do we make around what these mango trees will yield 5 to 10 years from now? And that also is a challenge from a bankability perspective, which we understand as cash flows that are sufficiently certain, well-timed, and evidenced to support repayable finance. So for example, here in Benin, if we are not accounting in this first case for many of the non-timber and timber forest products that are provided by the trees in a conservation agroforestry scheme, then our investment barely breaks even. It does not cover the cost of capital. And also, so we know that many of these products are consumed within the household. So what does that even mean for repayability? In other systems where we've comprehensively accounted for cash crops, timber, non-timber forest products, all the like, we see very solid welfare enhancing outcomes with strong net present values and internal rates of returns and payoff periods between 2 to 6 years. But once again, even in the strongest cases that we have here, they rest on assumptions around yields and prices rather than actually contracted outputs. And that becomes a little bit of a challenge when we look at the actual cash flow profile for many investments. We have sizable investment costs, but biological growth will of course delay the positive cash flow. In Togo, we may have a 240 euro per hectare establishment cost for a shelter bed agroforestry system, but it takes 6 years of modest annual margins to pay that back. If you ask a lender to carry that for 6 years on the basis of an assumption on a spreadsheet, that will be priced as very high risk and likely be rejected. And so we need offtake agreements to secure bankability for that first period here. Or once the cumulative return profile is positive, growing, and cash flow is actually forecastable against a real asset, that is the trees have survived, then we have from a commercial finance can become viable. So what that means is that in this establishment period, we're more likely to be in a situation where we will continue to rely on grants, blended finance, concessional loans. And once we can bring in the commercial capital, we should not content ourselves with just whatever Forest for Future has achieved, because this is exactly where there may be the actual commercial case for expanding faster, economies of scale, more farmland under forest landscape restoration, equipment can be shared, cooperative established, processing costs are coming down. And if we have a track record of the retained earnings from the first cohort of farmers, that may be of sufficient magnitude, then we can use that as a way to secure a scaling loan. And so that brings me on to, I think, the main recommendation that comes out is that right now for Forest for Future, and I think other restoration initiatives, how can we become better at keeping those track records, establishing verifiable cash flows of earnings and yields, revenues and costs, so that cohort 2 of farmers do not necessarily have to rely on grants in case there's no grants to be had. And in general, also just improving, there's a real case for improving the financial literacy of farmers. And from our perspective, if we are better at monitoring, evaluating, and understanding cash flows going forward, we are also better at doing due diligence of the investments that we undertake. And of course, at later stages, we have other instruments that can be of interest: forward supply agreements, warehouse receipt financing that can be used as scaling engines. We also see from our assessments that you want to cover the hollow middle. Sometimes you may have a timber-based agroforestry system with harvest at the end of the 10-year or 20-year time horizon. And if you diversify income sources, then you can build more resilience at the household level. Also, last but not least, there's something about challenging also the implementation cost, the establishment cost. We have examples of interventions where establishment costs are significantly lower in the countries we are working, and where seedling survival rates are improved, for example, through the inoculation of seeds in symbiotic fungi. And we also know that if we can strengthen competition between seedling suppliers, this is also a way by which we can get implementation costs down. Last but not least, of course, we want to continue to do what Forest for Future at least is doing very well in terms of strengthening land tenure, farmer-to-farmer learning, community engagement, having reward schemes and landscape approaches, and align everything with national and international policy frameworks such as RFI 100. So I think there's plenty of optimism in regards to scaling for FLR, and we're on the right track. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Vanya, for sharing the data, the economic case, and also really what jumps out as we have been talking about the bankability of the projects, the cash flow, the issue around the size, the pipeline, etc. So that's really important. And the last point that caught my attention is a good segue to actually inviting our next speaker. Vanya mentioned about strengthening tenure of small-scale farmers. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Edward Kilawe, Senior Forestry Officer, FAO Regional Office for Africa. Edward has been working extensively with government and small-scale forest and farm producers across Africa. So Edward, I would like to invite you to share your experience from the perspective of how to move this finance so that it could actually reach those who are managing land, and what are the experience that you draw from your work in Africa?
Yeah, thank you, Shetan. And well, let me speak from the podium here. Maybe at least you can see me. As Shetan just introduced me, Edward Kilawe. I'm the Senior Forest Officer for the FAO Regional Office of Africa. But one of my role there, I'm one of the lead technical officers with the FAO program, which is supporting the African forest and landscape restoration. The FAO 100 you've just heard, that which we are implementing in the 6 countries currently. And we are also looking at opportunity to expand the program. But let me build my intervention in this way. We heard from the minister here, and also maybe increasingly, you could hear also maybe even from the literatures and even during this COP, that is no longer the issue that restoration is just a conservation aspect, or it's really an economic aspect. And at the same time, what we are learning from the current program is that the challenge is not simply the shortage of the capital. The issue that which we are facing currently is how the financing actually is being approached. So most of the problem we are seeing is more project preparation issues, more of a market or value chain constraint. And this value chain, you could see, like if you build from what Vanja was presenting here, they are building the case for the restoration. Is it economically viable? So this is the kind of a message we are getting from our implementation. So restoration commitments are often, of course, expressed in hectares. But the problem here now, the investors are not looking for these hectares. They are looking more of how these enterprises are going to be developed, how identifiable markets are there, what is a predictable kind of a revenue stream, so that the investor knows that I can invest. So these are the things. So I would like to put maybe 4 things that we need to act. One, I think we need to really better finance relevant information coming from we need to be informed with the right information. building the case like what we've seen. Some value chains are well understood. Some value chains are not well understood. If you look like those coffee, maybe the higher cash crops, which are being integrated with the agroforestry. We've learned there's a lot of information in fuel and timber forest product, but others, they are not very well documented in terms of the market size, in terms of the cash flows, and also the investment horizon. Where do we go? So better evidence can reduce uncertainties to the investors. So this is what we are seeing from our current program, which we implement. Secondly, bankability, which we see. These need to be built well before the real enterprises can seek the capital. And that's what you could see even Vanja was showing. This one can go for blended finance, this cannot. It's like you need to build up the case. So these producers organization and small, medium enterprises who have been working with for years, you need to build them. You have to incubate, you have them to go and accelerate, and then match them with the financing institution. These are steps. So then it seems like these are ready. So at FAO, of course, through this program which I'm leading, we have, I would say, so far we have like over 200 of these local producers. And we are basically now taking them through the incubation and some through acceleration across the 6 countries. The other thing which I'd like to emphasize, because of time, I don't want to go over in deep detail, is the technical assistance, which is being linked with the financing pathway, has to be very clear, because there's been a lot of capacity development, but it doesn't end up really to connect them with the investors. It basically seems like very much discontinued. You help them restore maybe and then develop a business case, but doesn't get them to the really business part. So there is a bit of a skill, but it doesn't really connect. It doesn't necessarily move them enterprises closer to the financing. And this is where we need to come into. And this program has shown us that the fourth aspect that we need to work with closer with the financing institution. We have been engaging with the local banks, and also we have been working with some intermediaries in the middle who will be able to increase and understanding how this restoration link value chain and can help adapt the financing product. And for instance, a country like Tanzania and also a country like Uganda, some of our experience is that we have some relevant financing programs there, and we identify them. But the issue, which is often is not availability of the finance, we just realize that connecting enterprises to the right products is also one of the shortcomings. And this becomes the key. So when we were engaging with this financing institution, was helping them to understand some of these products we develop, seeing what the risk involved, seeing some of the opportunity. So this is where now the blended finance becomes really practical, that we need to bring the public, we need bilateral, philanthropic, and development financing to help address these specific barriers through either pipeline preparations or the technical assistance, which I just mentioned, needs which go beyond just not a capacity building, but to bring them closer to these investors. And the other aspect, of course, which we are seeing it coming very is purpose and how it's not about subsidizing. Maybe this is also another issue. When we deal with these small, medium enterprises or small producers, sometimes like we are subsidizing their business because they are weaker. That's not really a case. The case here is how to reduce specific risk with them. So it will be better that the commercial, let's say, finance, they understand them, and then they can participate in it, maybe with a greater level of the confidence that they know where are the weakness and what are that. So in short, we need to build a bridge, of course, from the both sides, stronger and better prepared enterprises in one side, and the financial institution that better understand the restoration and have a suitable instrument on the other end. So the blended finance can help close that gap. This is one of the bigger lessons we currently get from our initiative, which we're implementing on the ground. But I will be happy to share more detail later. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward, for detailed outlining of the experience from the ground. And certainly the audience here would have some questions or reflections. We have a few minutes. Unfortunately, one of our speakers is not able to make it, or we are waiting for her. We're waiting still for Valerie to show up. As you know, this is a busy day. While she is still on her way, or maybe will be a bit late, let's take a moment or two to, if any audience has any question, either to Vanya or to Edward, we can take them now. Or everything was clear to everyone, or it's that time of the day when you need another coffee. Maybe we could. All right. Any questions? All right. I don't see any hand up, and I'm not going to ask question as I said, I'll wait for the end. So, Edward, maybe you can wait for if audience can still think of additional question or additional in the sense that additional ideas and questions that could be directed to you. So let me go back to, we heard from the global perspective, we heard the regional cooperation aspect. We also heard from India's progress, and both Vanya and Edward set the context for what it takes to make the finance, the evidence, the experience on the ground. Those are critical aspects. However, as we all know, finance does not work in isolation. We need institutional structures. We need partnerships. We need collaboration. And that's where, as I said earlier, what we have seen around is the missing middle. We don't discuss about regional initiatives. So that gives us a good segue to next session or next part of our session, which is focusing on the regional restoration initiatives and partnership. And it is my pleasure to invite our 4 regional initiatives here. I would like to invite them on the stage. So let me start with Aberu Tena Abebe, representing AFR 100, please. Then Juliana Echeverry from Initiative 20 by 20 and WRI. We have, and you have to excuse me for mispronouncing, Mr. Sobirjon Omarov from ECA 30. And Satrio from IUCN, and also representing Result Asia. Thank you very much for joining. I would ask one general question to all of you, and I would like you to reflect on your experiences from the region. So the first question would be about how did you go about building the partnerships? That's the crucial one. And then building on that, how did that help to mobilize the finance? So maybe we can start with AFR 100. You have the mic next to you on the floor.
Thank you, the moderators. My name is Abbaru. I'm representing the 300 NEPAD or the NEPAD. And the questions, addressing the questions, how have Afri-100 has building partnership with living? How the NEPAD Afri-100 Secretariat has building partnership by bringing together with the government, African government, and development partners, and international institutions and civil societies, local communities, and impact on 4 large-scale efforts and landscape restoration across Africa. For example, government collaboration or partnership is very important. One of the sustainable to the Afri-100 or the landscape restoration initiative, our impact also secretariat work with within 35 African countries to restore 130 million hectares by 2030. This is one of the partners or the partnership of the government collaboration is important. The other thing is international organization also it's important to collaborating a partnership, which is we have worked with FAO, WRI, Global Green Growth Alliance, GIZ for Futures. These are also important to work with to restore the African Afri-100 initiative of 130 million hectares of the restoration areas. And the other thing is financial partnership or financial sustainable financial partnership mechanisms also important to mobilizing the funding through its initiatives. For example, Landscape Alliance program initiative strengthening the smallholder farmers and local lead restoration, women's and youth also is important. CEDA, International Development Agency, also one of the partnership, and BMZ also one is important to end development to the partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aberu, for sharing the partnership and the financing architecture of AFR 100. That is really significant in terms of how over the years it has mobilized a diverse network of organization and also the progress in the continent. I'd like to invite Juliana to share experience from Initiative 20 by 20.
Thank you, and greetings from our colleagues from Latin America and the Caribbean. I am representing them here. And the key message that I would like to share from the 20 by 20 is that regional initiatives help countries work together, build on their progress, and move faster, as we're gonna see in this panel. Initiative, maybe a little bit of context. Initiative 20 by 20 was created in 2014, launched in Peru during UNCCD COP20. It was created to back the bond challenge, and we have already heard about the bond challenge. And it was created because when restoration was not yet part of the political discussion in most of the countries across the region. So restoration existed, projects, technical experience, but it was not seen as a national political priority. So one of the most important achievements of the initiative is that it helped change this. So nowadays we have restoration as part of the political agenda in most of the countries. And it has started in 2014 as a 20 million hectares goal. And now it has 18 countries, more than 95 technical and financial partners. And the commitment now is to protect 52 million hectares in the region. But I will say that the highest achievement is not the number of hectares we heard in the previous interventions, but it's in the case of 20 by 20 is the regional community built around this commitment. So we have seen that the 20 by 20 has been a space to share peer-to-peer exchange, learning, connecting with different partners, different countries. And I would like to share, for example, the Guatemala example. Through the National Forest Landscape Restoration Strategy, Guatemala moved from the political commitment to support action on the ground. We have already talked about it today. So I think this is the value of the regional initiatives, supporting countries, having this space for exchange. And as I mentioned, restoration is part of the political agenda. But as we have seen also today, the main challenge is on implementation. You asked about finance, and countries need more finance, a stronger national and local capacity. We have capacities, but important to develop more and better information to decide where and how. They also need to prevent further degradation, because as we can see, we have seen it here, restoration cannot outpace degradation if the ecosystems continue to be lost. And also at the Secretariat of the 20 by 20 WRI, well, it supports the countries share the knowledge, connect, and also we participate in this kind of spaces, and today in these weeks on the UNCCD, to bring countries' priorities, to share what countries are progressing and bring them into the more the discussion. So the first decade of the 20 by 20, well, first 12 years, help put restoration on the political agenda. Now it's more on the commitment into action, mobilizing finance, accelerating implementation, and ensuring that restoration moves faster than degradation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Thank you very much for bringing that really important perspective of how regional initiative like 20 by 20 help elevate the restoration to the agenda of the countries, because it's not easy. As I was in a previous session, and we were talking about restoration in the context of, again, mobilizing finance. An important aspect was this political commitment and support. We take it for, like, global ambitions are there, and the national, but it doesn't always play out that way. You need this, regional initiative to bridge that gap. So really important insights from the 20 by 20 initiative. Thank you very much for sharing that. With that, I would like to invite also Mr. Sabir John to share from ECA 30 experience, and particularly in the context of, you have even more challenging political context. So certainly would like to hear about how your initiative has focused on building partnership and also issues around mobilizing finance.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to me to participate in the important discussion and share Uzbekistan experience in regional restoration initiative and partnerships. For Uzbekistan, land restoration is not simply an environmental objective. It is a strategic investment in climate resilience, food, water security, biodiversity conservation, rural livelihood, and sustainable economic development. Our experience is particularly in dried bottom RLC has demonstrated that land degradation does not recognize any borders. Drought, desertification, water scarcity, biodiversity loss, and sand dust storms affect entire landscapes and communities. Therefore, our response must also be connected, coordinated, and regional. Over the past decade, Central Asia has made important progress in transforming the restoration from an environmental issue into shared regional development priorities. For Uzbekistan, regional political ideology has played an important role in this process. The regular consultative meeting of head of states of Central Asia have created important platform for strengthening cooperation on climate adaptation, sustainable natural resource management, ecosystem restoration. At the same time, initiatives such as ECA 30 provides broader framework for regional action. ECA aims to bring 30 million hectares of degraded and deforested land across Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia into restoration by 2030. For Uzbekistan's regional ambition is highly relevant. We joined the Bonn Challenge in 2018, committing to restore 500,000 hectares of degraded and deforested landscape by 2030. We have already exceeded this commitment, restoring more than 500,000 hectares. For this experience demonstrates an important lesson. Ambition target can accelerate national action when they are important by political commitment, partnership, and practical implementation. During last 7 years, around 2 million hectares was created in dried bottom RLC. We created green zones, like how we say, and approximately around 8 1,000 tons of drought and salt-tolerant desert plant seeds were collected to support these activities. This is not simple in afforestation program. The restoration of RLC region aimed to reducing environment impact of the dried bottom, stabilizing soils, reducing movement of dust and salt, improving ecological resilience, and creating better condition for people living in the region. We also demonstrating that severely degraded landscape can be restored when there long-term political commitment, scientific knowledge, appropriate technologies, and sustained investment. But our experience has also taught us that restoration should not be measured only by the number of the hectare planted. We truly restore landscape must recover its ecological function and at the same time support the people who depend on it. Partnerships have been one of the main drivers in our progress. Uzbekistan has significantly expanded cooperation with international organizations, development institutions, and scientific partners, including UNCCD, FAO, GF, GSF, World Bank, ADB, GIZ, ICBA, IUCN, also, and bilateral partners. We also strengthen scientific and technological cooperation through Central Asian Joint Research Center on combating desertification and desert economy, established in cooperation with the Hengjian Institute of Ecology and Geography of the Chinese Academy of Science. Such partnerships are important not only for mobilizing financial resources, they also provide access to science, technology, knowledge, innovation, and capacity building. This experience clearly shows that regional ownership increases the efficiency and long-term sustainability of restoration effort. We believe restoration should increasingly be viewed not an environment expenditure, but as long-term economic investment. The concept of we have a new initiative, a desert economy promoted by Uzbekistan, create an opportunity for sustainable value chains, green jobs, private investment, while supporting restoration of degraded landscapes. Uzbekistan adopted ambition restoration program for 2030, including establishment 1.3 million hectares new forest and restoration areas, and 16,000 hectares of shelter bed protected forest belts. We also developing Halafai demonstrate gardens, restoring degraded pasture and expanding green infrastructure in vulnerable region. Looking ahead, we believe that restoration must become one of the major investment priorities for sustainable development. Uzbekistan sees several areas where regional and global cooperation can make a real difference. First, we can establishment of strong regional mechanism to coordinate cross-border restoration program and mobilize joint investment. Second, we scientific potential in developing Green Silk Road for land restoration. Third, we need a strong scientific cooperation. An Asian Network Desertification Research Center could help accelerate innovation, technology transfer, and capacity building. First, we should develop integrated regional digital platform using satellite monitoring, land restoration data. This can improve transparency, planning, investment effectiveness. Dear colleagues, Uzbekistan experience shows restoration became possible at scale when political commitments, science, partnership, finance, and local action come together. But behind every hectare, there must be a healthy ecosystem, resilient commitment, and sustainable livelihood. Our task for the next decade is therefore not simply to restore more hectares. It is to have built a restored, connected, and economically resilient landscapes that can withstand drought, climate change, and land degradation. Uzbekistan remains committed to working with our Central Asian neighbors, international organizations, developing partners, scientists, local communities, and with the private sector to transfer restoration commitment into measurable action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umarov. Thank you very much for sharing the experience both from Uzbekistan, the ambition, as well as congratulations on ECA 30 for achieving its goal already. So that's a real important milestone. Also, the point that you mentioned about, I think, again, there are two things that common thread, the regular convening of the regional heads. And that's the theme that has emerged from all the interventions so far, that for translating global ambition to national, we need these regional convening to get the political momentum, as well as the Minister of Environment of India said, we need to restore better. And that's the key message. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to invite Satrio to talk briefly about we heard from Africa, we heard from Regional Initiative of Latin America, we heard from ECA, now from Asia Pacific. Satrio?
Thank you, Chetan. I'm actually glad I'm speaking last because Result Asia Pacific, which I'm representing, is actually the newest kid on the block. We're the youngest one. So those of you who don't know Result Asia Pacific, Result stands for Restoring and Sustaining Landscapes Together Asia Pacific. We were launched in late 2024 in an international soil and water forum in Bangkok. The idea here is to support the translation of national commitments, global commitments into action on the ground. So in the case of Result Asia Pacific, we were looking at the commitments made by countries across Asia Pacific, 22 countries, and we came up with 100 million hectares. At least those are the targets that countries collectively put together across the Rio conventions. So we are new, so we are still learning. But I'm glad I got to learn much from the other initiatives from FR 100, Initiative 20 by 20, and ECA 30. But I also wanted to share a few things that we've done. So in our context, so we have 5 core partners: FAO, IUCN, UNEP, UNDP, and ITTO. And the way we are doing things, of course, through partnerships, we are also trying to convene other technical partners. So we have what we call RAIN, Result Asia Pacific Implementers Network, that collectively have more than 40 organizations. I see at least one of them is here, which is Restore as well. So this is designed as an open regional collaboration platform where we can co-design solutions. So what are the solutions that we are doing? I mean, what we've been doing is providing technical support in terms of planning of restoration. So I know FAO colleagues have been doing a lot of work on developing national FLR action plans. From our side at IUCN, we are utilizing tools like ROAM, Restoration Opportunities Assessment Methodology, to help support planning of restoration in many landscapes. But we are also doing a lot of cross-border action. So one of the things that we did in our inaugural investment forum is to connect Indonesia and Timor-Leste to advance a transboundary watershed restoration project, which is technically being launched in this COP after several years of negotiation. So, but of course, our ambitions are much higher, and this is where I think we can learn from the other regional initiatives. In terms of resource mobilization and blended finance, we realize that our challenge is to find out how we can effectively aggregate the dispersed landscape projects into large-scale bankable investment portfolios. So to this end, what we've been doing is to conduct several investment forums. We are also trying to link Result Asia Pacific with a JEF project that IUCN and FAO are co-leading, JEF 8 Southeast Asia and the Pacific Forest Investment Forum. So there's the SEAP Forest Investment and Technical Partners Coalition. So we connect this JEF project with the Result Asia Pacific as a regional architecture for restoration in Asia Pacific. So we hope that we can connect better countries with investors through these platforms. But what you guys also shared here is also clear, robust, permanent secretariats and governance frameworks, which at this stage, at Result Asia Pacific, we don't have those yet. So we don't have sort of like funding for the secretariats yet. So it's mostly done through like chipping in, voluntarily from each organization. So I guess I'm using this opportunity to also mention to colleagues, if you have leads about sort of like who can help provide support to Result Asia Pacific moving forward. I think that's something that we would like to have further discussions with all of you.
Thank you very much, the new kid on the block. Thank you very much for sharing the experience. And certainly, again, going back to the theme, there's a lot to be learned now. So from the regional cooperation, so there is a regional element, but there is inter-regional as well. The theme that is emerging from what you have all described so far is that there is also this emerging need for inter-regional exchange, which would help benefit for those who have already exceeded the target or are there, or those who are still setting up, and the issues around having what experience you have gained from institutional structure, convening, and of course, financing. Thank you very much to all the panelists. We have about 1.5 minutes left for this session. I would like to, again, and I would perhaps not take the risk of asking question. I realize in the last one you didn't get any, the panelists didn't get a question. I know you want to listen more, appreciate that. If still you have any burning question, this is your chance to ask the panelists, or otherwise one last 30, go ahead, Dorothy, please.
Thank you. I'm Dorothy from GIZ. My question is, do you have any platform where you exchange your experiences on a regional level? So do you exchange among each other, or how is this all interconnected? Thank you so much.
The platforms? So the question is whether there is any platform or any initiative or exchange that has happened at the inter-regional, like,
maybe I can start. So in our case, we've had some events, webinars in which we invited colleagues from FR100. In fact, in our last COP, we also had a similar event like this. So I think through events like COPs, that's where we get to learn from each other. But I think it would be good to have it more often. And maybe this is something that I guess GPFLR can also support in terms of providing this interregional platform.
Thank you. For FD100 Secretariat, we have annual partnership meeting platforms. That's the platform. Continuously, all member of Secretariat countries also they have a platform, FD100 platform, forest landscape restoration platforms.
Well, in the case of 20 by 20, we have done some exchange with colleagues from FR100 in some like specific cases. For example, we do have from WRI the Policy Accelerator Program. So some colleagues from Latin America went last year to Ethiopia to exchange, to learn from the colleagues in Africa. So there has been, but as you mentioned, maybe not that consistent. Not, like a platform where like there's a schedule and things, but there is the need and also the enthusiasm and the willing to have this exchange.
Thank you. You want to react?
Yes, our colleagues mentioned, we have collaborate in in COP sessions, and also we have, I think, forest landscape project FLP. I think here we also collaborating. hope next future we are collaborating with interregional also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very important question. I think the response and the discussion definitely points out towards the need for having a more, I would say, organized structure around inter-regional cooperation. While we are talking about global, regional, and local or national, this inter-regional is also critical. So thank you, Dorothy, for asking that question. That's really, really important. With that, I would like to thank all our panelists sharing the experience from the region. Thank you very much. So we have heard from the regions or regional initiatives. This brings us to the last part of our panel discussion, and it's a really important question. We cannot see the results, or we cannot understand the global, regional, and national unless we learn from how things are working or operating on the ground. How is the community delivery, livelihood, and resilience being addressed on the ground? So I would like to invite our three panelists for the next session. But before that, let me also acknowledge, thank you, Valerie, for joining us. I know you had to run from different sessions, so we will hear from you after we have the next panel discussions, which will provide you much broader framing of how the discussion has evolved today. So let me invite Ms. Irene Ozuk from the World Vision, Alemiyahu Asefa from the GIZ Forest for Future Ethiopia program, and again, Beru Tenabebe from the AFR100, also talking about the Ethiopia. Now, again, like the previous panel, as you all heard, the experience from the national to regional initiatives. What I would like to focus, and this was the intervention that even the Director General made at the start. We would like to hear from you what has worked, what has been the successful intervention on the ground, also highlighting some of the preconditions that enable them and how they connect to the discussions you have heard in terms of regional, national, global initiative, and then the issue around or importance of partnership and finance. So Irene, first to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining this session. I want to speak to you briefly about World Vision's experience on farmer-managed natural regeneration. Now, this is one of the community-led land restoration approaches that has been implemented for the last, I think, about 40 years, but World Vision has actively worked with communities to drive this model of regenerating degraded landscapes, restoring hope, restoring livelihoods in now about 49 countries. So FMNR becomes a great opportunity for farmers to reconnect with their land. In their reconnection, they are able to bring back what they have lost for so many years. And whatever they bring back in terms of species of trees, link with the livelihoods, link with their food and security nutrition needs, link with the economic opportunities that FMNR presents. For example, gums and resins is a multi-million industry. So countries like Sudan, the rangelands of Kenya, for example, have great potential to play in the economic space for gums and resins. If we regenerated these species of trees in large scale, then you are activating livelihoods and you're going to challenge the continued poverty indicators in these places. Something else I want to mention for World Vision in terms of our experience seeing FMNR working with communities is around how it has also led to improved biodiversity. So one of the things that we appreciate or we invest in is also linking research with what we do on the ground. And one of the studies we have done, I particularly did a study on this, is on the potential of natural regeneration in enriching the silvopastoral and silvoarable systems. And what I found out is that under these big trees, there's a whole population of upcoming, I will call them babies. Now, many times we never invest in looking at what is under these canopies. And this is where the future of biodiversity lies. Many times in these conversations, we track restoration with the hectares and mostly the big trees, but we are losing a beautiful story. And that is the foundation of FMNR. FMNR is about bringing back these babies and trusting farmers to make the choices, because farmers make the decision on what to keep and what not to keep in these systems. So for our crop systems to work, what will it take in terms of biodiversity of these systems for trees? And we have moved beyond research to partner with institutions, even in the academia in research, to move into institutionalizing FMNR, because young people need to grow knowing how they connect with nature and how nature benefits them. So we have moved in Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia to influence government to mainstream FMNR into the curriculums so that children grow up, children learn in schools how FMNR contributes to restoration. We have also, in a very big way, done a lot of partner engagement. So we have, in the current data, we have about 17,000 organizations we are capacity building on FMNR, because we are looking at it beyond us. World Vision can do this, but we cannot achieve scale on our own. So we are capacity building partners. We are working with partners like GIZ, for example, in knowledge sharing. So the FMNR training is available for free in Atingi. You can go to the system, learn, implement FMNR, irrespective of where you are in whichever context. Again, with FMNR, we have seen a lot of government support. So when governments are involved, policies that work for or against FMNR are challenged or are intervened on, because if we do not give farmers the ability to appreciate the benefits that come with these trees, then they are not able to participate meaningfully. So we work with governments to ensure that the enabling environment, and we are also tracking data. So data-driven delivery is important even in resource mobilization. We are hoping that we can partner more with you to move into scale better, especially in the blended finance space, and consolidating the efforts we have done into a bigger programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the impressive work, Irene, you shared, and of course, different aspect. I really like the point about the education. I think the restoration, to move to the next level, it's really important that the experience and the lessons that we have had from the last 2 decades should go into the curriculum, or improving or addressing that curriculum, because we're still using the text which was in 70s and 80s. So it's really important in many places. So thank you very much for sharing that. May I also take this opportunity to ask you to share with our audience what's in your lap. That's a really an important aspect, a goodie bag for everyone. So I think we should share it now rather than wait till the end. So I'll let you announce that, and I will invite audience to have copies of that.
So the story of FMNR would not be told without Tony Renado. Please have the pleasure to read this book, then you will understand how FMNR evolved. And one of the key champions who is driving this is Tony Renado, and we are following in his footsteps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. So you have a couple of copies on the other side of the pavilion, and with Fiona, please do collect from her. Thank you very much again. So we now, I'd like to invite Alemayahu to talk about the experience from Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to share our experience from Ethiopia, particularly from our project regards to the preconditions, how we are, when we are implementing forest landscape restoration and farmer managed natural regenerations on the ground. When we talk about restoration and farmers managed natural regeneration, we are not only talking about how we are managing or implementing FMNR on the ground, but rather how we allow communities, how we enable communities to sustain restoration activities and FMNRs for decades. So I will try to highlight even four major points that really help us to sustain restoration and farmer managed regeneration activities for decades. The first one we need to consider is the governance system. So the communities should have their right on the resources and on the lands. Since communities, if we do not even grant them the access to the resources and clear land tenure systems on the ground, communities might not even invest any resources on the ground, and we cannot even sustain the restoration activities for longer. The second point, what we have learned in the implementation of the GIZ Force for Future project is regards to local leadership, which means we need to bring communities or local governance system on board, and communities need to even make some decisions regards to the restoration activities and some other benefit sharing mechanisms. This point I would like also highlight onboarding of communities in the decision-making process in the FMNR activities really help us to even open a room for innovations and even integrating the local knowledge of the communities in the restoration activities. The third point is the economic value chains. Every one of the restoration activities needs to integrate economic elements or economic components into the restoration activities. Unless we cannot even manage or address the immediate economic needs of the communities, for instance, like sustainable energies, the fuel load demands, and some livelihood questions, even we cannot sustain and even we cannot bring sustainable changes on the ground. And the last point is regards to the sustainable financing mechanisms. That's also very important. Most of the restoration activities are more of depends on 3 or 4 or 5 years of projects. So the restoration by nature might take even more than 10 and 11 years. So we need to supplement or support restoration activities by public financing and development financing mechanisms.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alemiaho, for sharing the experience of the GIZ Forest for Future experience. We have heard from Irene from the NGO perspective or the broader international NGO perspective, from the project or in the perspective from Alemiaho. So it's my turn to now invite Aberut, who is wearing a different hat in this session, to talk from the government perspective. So please share your experience of the work in Ethiopia, particularly the Green Legacy and initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, invited to against and I will share on our experience on Green Legacy initiative and what we have to done on the ground by the Green Legacy initiative. Ethiopia has positioned itself as African leaders in landscape restoration commitment, which is 50 million hectare of land by 2030 restored, and 7 million hectare of in NORC declaration tree-based landscape restoration, which is 7 million hectares, totally 22 million hectares of land restoration in 2013, which is the leader of what I'm saying, the leader of African countries. This amount of land escape restoration is not achieved by unusual experience or landscape restoration activities, which is initiated by the Prime Minister of our countries, which is initiated the Green Legacy Initiative, which is planted to 50 billion inclusive tree seedlings planted by 2016. This year is achieved more than 48 billion tree seedlings planted on the ground, and land of almost 10 million hectare of land is also planted on the ground in different landscape approaches. This is the most important activities one of the partnership is important to this activity. Also, one is the bridge of the gap between the government or the policy and the communities. One of the partnership is important to work on that. And the other one is technical and scientific collaboration, also important to achieve this activity. Cross-sectoral alignment also important to achieve this green legacy initiative and the commitment of the forest landscape restoration. Also engaging private sector also important to achieve this activity. So financially, this amount of land of restoration is not enough to, and it's by supporting or funding, allocating the finance. It's not also important to allocating internal finance mobilization, which is endorsed by our parliament, Green Legacy and Green Land Restoration Special Fund, which is allocated 0.5 up to 1% of the government internal revenues allocated for this restoration or restoration activities. What I'm saying is that which is starting to this year, for the next 5 years, we are allocating 0.5% of the government budget, revenue budget allocated for the restorations. So we have to achieve this amount of, or 22 million hectare of land is achieved by 2030, and it is important to we have to experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing the experience from Ethiopia. What jumps out to me, just two sentences, if I could put it this way. Ambition, what you have, drives the scale, but it is important to have the ownership. And it's really the experience that you have shared from the government perspective shows that the ownership is critical in having results on the ground. So I would like to thank all our panelists who have shared the experience from the ground. We can take thank you very much. I'd like to invite 1 or 2 questions if I see a hand up from our colleague from Ghana.
Hello. Thank you very much. Like Chita mentioned, my name is Derek. I'm from Ghana, IUCN office. Okay, that's you. Oh, okay, of course. So the question is directed to you, Irene. Thank you very much for the work you're doing in the area of MNR. In fact, when I'm going back to Ghana, I'm going to, one of the first activities I'm undertaking under my project is FNMR, just after here. But I just want to know the critical success factors in implementing FNMR for you. But I just want to learn about it. And then 2, you know, you go into some of these communities, and then you are definitely not going to be there forever. How do you ensure these communities sustain what you started? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, take the bold step, begin, you will not regret it. FMNR, you don't regret. Critical success factors. 1, the principles of FMNR are embedded in traditional knowledge. So invest in getting the communities to understand regeneration from their local context and in their understanding of their indigenous trees and how they used to manage them. Because this is the basis, or this is the origin of FMNR. It's more a traditional agroforestry concept. Number 2, success factor is get the farmers to lead the process, empower them to make the decision with understanding. So let them get to know what species exist, how do these species complement with the farming systems they have, how do this work for or against, so that then they make the decision on what to keep, what not to keep, and what not to keep should go where. Number 3, get the government involved. So work with government so that then their extension incorporates this concept. If you work in isolation of that part of capacity building, you miss the point. And the community, the livelihoods integration. FMNR does not work in isolation. Integrated with livelihoods, with water conservation, integrated with any other component that works for providing an enabling environment for it. In terms of sustainability, getting to, infuse it into systems. I talked about the education system. It goes beyond us. When we have graduates from the university now having FMNR trained, then we are sure that when they go out, they are actually going to perpetuate it. When children grow up with this knowledge, they will protect. Activating market systems that incentivize restoration and getting to diversify livelihoods in a way that does not get communities vulnerable to cut down trees will create an enabling environment for regeneration to happen or for farmers to protect the trees. Another sustainability factor is look at water. Water is a critical resource that supports regeneration. Many of the restoration programs miss to incorporate the water component, and it becomes challenging for restoration to happen. So integrate water security issues where possible so that then it activates this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have another question. Thank you very much for sharing the ingredients. My colleague will certainly use that to develop their dish for the restoration of the. Okay. Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Amos Manubo. I'm with the Global Landscapes Forum. And earlier on, we had a discussion and we're saying that we don't talk enough about the psychology of change, right? When change happens, how do we make that change stick? And I like it that Irene, you spoke a lot to how, the psychology of change happens. And one of the colleagues say that change only happens when the incentive is high enough or when the pain is too painful enough. And so once that change has happened, how do you make it stick across landscapes? And so my question really goes to Aberu. In your work, what are those strategies you're putting in place to make sure that the work that you're doing translates into the psychology of change so that whatever has been done, whatever impacts have been realized, last, and that when the incentives are not there or when the pain ceases, people can still continue to carry on with the change across their landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, very important questions. For the attitudes or psychologies of the communities to convince this kind of restoration or planting seedlings, we have continuously working with informing by informing the consequence of the degradations of the community. We have where the community is changed to the landscape restoration, which changed to from farmland to forest land. So the community is changed to the forest land, and also more than the incomes from land productivity of the crops and more than from the incomes from forest products.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have to cut you short here because we are running out of time. But certainly what I've seen as we have progressed through the different sessions, the one on the data and evidence, we didn't have any question. The one on the regions, we have several. And when it comes to ground implementation, I think we need more time, but really appreciate the rich input from all panelists. Thank you very much. And certainly we could continue the discussion after this session outside or in the venue. Thank you very much to all the panelists. So now it's real pleasure to invite Dr. Valerie Hickey. Valerie, we have covered a lot of ground, and I'm sure you have been in different sessions, so I'm not going to ask you the same question. But based on what you have just heard, I'd really, for the audience and even for me, really would like to hear again, what would it take then to bring all this? We have been talking about global ambition, we have been talking about national ambition, and this session focused on that missing middle where the regional initiatives are playing this catalytic role. And then we heard on the data and evidence, we heard from the community. So from the bank's perspective or from a financing institution perspective, how does this all come together to finance a restoration project? as well as support all these activities that provide those enabling condition and political commitments.
No, thank you so much, Chetan, and I sincerely apologize for being late. I was moderating a session in the main committee room, and when you're a moderator, you can't step away, so I sincerely apologize. But I was lucky enough to be here for the two panels, and there were two broad lessons that I'm going to take away. The first has to do with the fact that we all have to remember that money is not brave. Money flows where it's going to be successful. We've all heard the phrase, you spend money to make money. And that's why Dorothy's question about how do we make sure that regional organizations are talking to each other is so important. Why countries talking to each other is so important. Because there is an awful lot of knowledge as to how to use money better, how to have money have impact. And it's important those lessons are learned. The second lesson very much, and I heard this from Soberjan from Uzbekistan to start with, but also from Irene very seriously, is that behind every hectare, behind every dollar spent is a family. Is someone who owns that land or works on that land and manages the land. And I want to keep those two big picture lessons in mind as I very quickly run through a list of what's broken in the financial sector and what we can do better. Very quickly, public sector side. There is lots of money being spent by governments. One, the money that is being spent is not getting to the farmers. Of every dollar of subsidy for agriculture and pasture land, less than 30 cents actually goes to those farmers that is behind those subsidies. That has to shift. We have to move focus of subsidies away from input support, away from just letting farmers buy fertilizers, upstream to where it can be spent on research and development, what practices work, on extension support. Second, there isn't enough government money spent at the land, nature, water nexus when it comes to thinking about this nexus as infrastructure and spending money to pay the conservation and restoration workforce that are the farmers and the herders who are actually keeping that infrastructure going. And that infrastructure is fundamental to the economy of most countries. And the reason that money isn't being spent is because that infrastructure is invisible to ministers of finance. That's why we need to have more natural capital accounting so that land accounts, water accounts, nature accounts are visible to ministers of finance. So she will spend more money on it, on the labor force, the herders and the farmers who are working this land. The third thing about public sector money, which really drives me bananas at a time when every government is in debt. Of every dollar that is allocated to water infrastructure today, 28 cents isn't spent. It's allocated, it's available, and it never gets to the ground. That's why we have to build institutions. Institutional strengthening remains critical. So that's on the public sector side. That's why money isn't flowing properly. Private sector side, lots of money as well, but it's not flowing properly. Here's why. One, when it comes to domestic capital markets, money markets, where most people go to get a loan to buy a few more goats to get bigger share of the cashmere business, for example, in Mongolia, the risk is overpriced. Too many banks think investing in land, water, nature is too risky. Rubbish. That's where knowledge comes in. That's where making sure we have the right data and information systems to show that there is not risk, and it's the role of multilateral development banks to de-risk. Extremely important. So we have to deal upfront with this notion of risk. The second reason it doesn't flow enough is because the opportunity is underpriced. Irene spoke about the fact that just the gum and resins business is worth hundreds of millions of dollars a year. The cactus business, another part of the under canopy economy, is worth $5 billion in exports alone a year. The wood products market, $1 trillion a year. Look at what Ethiopia has got from the carbon markets, the forest carbon markets just this year. So too many banks, particularly local banks, don't understand how big the markets in nature, water, and land are. So we have to help them really understand those prices. But then most importantly to me, why the private capital isn't flowing, and it comes back to this big lesson that behind every hectare is a family, behind every piece of rangeland that is managed is a herder family. is the fact that it's these families, which are micro and small businesses, don't have access to their local bank. And it's specifically because while they know exactly how to herd, while they know exactly how to grow in an under canopy economy, they don't know how to show a track record of credit worthiness. They don't know how to document financial management in a way that their local bank will accept. So they don't have access to that finance. And if they do get access, if they get the kind of capacity building we can all support to help them be a good business, the price of the money at the local bank is too high, or the paperwork is just too gosh darn complicated. And that's the role of multilateral banks, intergovernmental organizations like IUCN, others, World Vision, more, is to make sure that the pricing is right-sized by local banks, which has to do again with letting them know exactly how big an opportunity they can make big money in this sector, and the risk is not as high as they think. And we have to work to simplify paperwork, and we have to make sure that from the international financial sector, we practice what we preach and we simplify our paperwork so that it doesn't take 10 PhDs to write a proposal for GCF or GEF or the World Bank. So if we deal with pricing and paperwork, if we make sure we think about those families behind every hectare, behind every rangeland piece of work as businesses and help them build their business record, we help right-size risk and opportunity, and we get the public money that is spent working properly. Then the money will work. Then we'll actually see the results that we all want to see, so that the men and women, the families who call these landscapes home, can have the kind of future we all want, which is a future full of hope, full of resilient livelihoods, more and better jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you very much for outlining the two elements. I think really what jumps out is the issue around the public financing needs to do better, and private financing needs to better understand the risk and the opportunity. And of course, the tagline for me is that behind every hectare is the family, and the family, which is also an enterprise. Yeah, so that's really important. So thank you very much. We have, as I said earlier, we have covered a really rich set of topics today. It has been very, very rich discussion from global to regional to local to finance. And I have a good friend here who is going to make my job easier. So I'm not going to wrap up or summarize, and that's maybe I run the risk of losing a good friend. But I would like to invite Anita from WWF, the global lead on forest landscape restoration, and also our chair of the Global Forest Landscape Restoration Partnership, to provide a brief summary. And Anita has been brave to volunteer because she was not even here for the half of the session. She had other commitments, to provide a brief overview and also talk a little bit about the GPFLR to wrap up the session.
Hello, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here. I'm very happy to see this session was so rich, and you made it on time, and there were so many good presentations and so many good insights. And it's interesting because I was in a parallel session also talking about FLR, and I see that some of the topics we are finding again and again. And I think this is very important because these are very crucial points that we all need to address very strongly with FLR. And one of them that I heard here is the importance of having integrated progress reports all across the conventions, and also with together with Bond Challenge. So here we are hearing this, the importance of policy coherency. And one important point of the policy coherence is that we all monitor and report the same data together for all the Rio conventions. And in the session that I was, actually, they even mentioned how much money we can save when we all report in one single system. So this can be very interesting. The other thing that I heard that was also very important here is how we need to, I think we are already doing that, but I think there's still space for us to do even more. How can we really tell and communicate the right value that restoration brings to the work that we do? So when restoration is really there in the same being important, just as other commodities are also important, I think restoration is going to be a more absorbed by the different ministries, by the different governments, because then we really show, hey, restoration is something that can really shift the trajectory of our countries, can really shift the trajectory of the threats that we're facing, biodiversity, climate change, and also land degradation. Also, I understand that restoration is popping up more and more in very different sectors. And I think this convergence that is happening with restoration is super helpful for us, because this helps us to continue our trajectory of demonstrating how FLR and our forest landscape restoration is like a key delivery mechanism for all the Rio conventions. And I heard good examples were shared on Biden finance, and we understand that this is a crucial and key component. The more that we can really integrate the different sources of funding that are streaming in different ways to the same objective, that is to implement successful forest landscape restoration, I think also is going to be very good. And we heard about the importance of partnerships. So we have here a session talking about the regional partnerships and how we need to have more and can have more collaboration between the different partnerships. And I think that's where the global partnership on FLR, which I'm chair at the moment, really can help, because that's what our job is, really to promote this integration, this knowledge share, and to elevate more and more the importance of restoration. And we have all very good examples here of community implementation, and I'm glad that this was part of this session, because we really understand how people is part of the equation to make FR successful, as this is all happening in the landscape. So I see that this was amazing, like a snapshot and like a restoration in a nutshell in this entire and very rich session. So thank you very much, and well, we see each other in many other sessions that are happening this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, for making my life easy by trying to by summarizing the things. So let me again express my sincere thanks to all the partners. Can we have the banner, the first one over there, so that I would like to acknowledge all the partners. It has been an incredible several weeks of preparation, so I would really like to acknowledge all the support we received from GIZ colleagues, BMZ, the World Vision colleagues. They have been working for the last several weeks to ensure that we have the speakers lined up and the coordination and making sure that we achieve our goal of having a session with different inputs, but also everybody gets this rich variety of topics and ideas about and information about the restoration. So a big thank you from my side to all who contributed to this, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting this is transparent and saying.
Thank you.
Hold the research question out and then you go. Okay, results Asia beat the UK on the block. How is community-led restoration achieving these goals?
So you have the again, but it's such a from other stations from different parts. So we like this. So to meet these kind of because farmers but now they could study how we can get best help this organization we provide the technician support, the products, the
And of course, getting planning, helping to, and of course, outside that, well, being a YouTube blog from various from like both visually so we look out partners our partners be part of development.
Wonderful. If that's it, that was absolutely super. Thank you so much. You've done it before.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, absolutely. You know, it's amazing. Thank you so much for today. It's lovely to meet you. Some of the Melbourne office, so our vision is really the Pacific is a global program. So I've worked some of the local engagement leads, so kind of what happened once I report back, I'll reach out to you. And I think sometimes as well, Tony, to because he's always great to kind of just tell you, learn, and if you've got any particular challenge, so much experience. He's just and he's much sharing. But yeah, he's a good one, and he knows exactly what we're going to learn. So going on, we're doing progress. So yeah. So we've set up a time to connect it. Yeah, it was amazing, lovely to meet you. So yes. Basically, but that right. You yourself. But you yourself, yeah. Because you guys have to go ahead and yeah. So maybe what I'll do is I'll try to sleep in because essentially, like you're very close to the next. Why don't we just step out? Is that what you're going to do? No, I don't think I have like no, it's not. Get lovely, you didn't have to miss it. How are you? Good. All good. This session? But this is the same what we're doing. All basic. This is my stuff. Don't worry about it. No, we sit here.
Good evening, everybody. As you grab your food for thought or thoughtful food, come and listen to some food for thought. Harsh has the joke. I told him I was going to get it wrong, and I did get it wrong. But please come and join us once you've picked up some food. My name is Valerie Hickey, and I am the Global Director for Environment at the World Bank Group. And I have the huge privilege of getting up every morning, getting out of bed, and getting paid to make the world a better place. And there's nowhere better to do that than at the World Bank Group, because our mission is to end poverty. And one of the things we've realized in the last 15 years is that there's never going to be a world without poverty. There's never going to be a world where there's broad shared prosperity in a world without land that's well managed, in a world without lots of water, in a world without nature. And that's what we wanted to do this evening, is we wanted to just walk you through some of the investments we're making. And we invest in countries, in communities, in companies, so that we can move money and ideas to make the world a better place, so that we can actually begin to see real results at the land, water, nature nexus, so that the families behind every hectare that we talk about, behind every herd that we mention, is doing better, has a more resilient livelihood, has an ability to find more and better jobs where they are so they don't have to leave. And I'm extremely privileged to be able to introduce my boss, who probably has the very best title anywhere you can find, because he is the World Bank Group's Vice President of the Planet, Guangqi Chen. Guang, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that generous introduction. It is a unique title. Sometimes I have to explain what that means. Planet is really one way to look at it, is that this is a group of area that we work on. Is really looking at the whole ecosystem of the Earth that we live in. I think one way to look at it is that, you know, it's basically nature and human development, right? Over several centuries or many century development. In the past is easy. You know, nature and human interaction is easy. But over the last several decades, we've actually realized, you know, decades or centuries of development is actually at the detriment of the Earth, the very Earth that we live in, both in terms of the land, the soil quality, the water quality, the air quality, the forest that is really sustaining the Earth. But human development is actually making the damage out of it. And many countries, many regions have the challenge in terms of how we can restore that neutrality and at the same time continue to support development. And the group of the folks that we work in my vice presidency is very focused on this particular agenda, linking environment, climate change, water, and agribusiness all together. Anyway, welcome to this session of COP17. You will meet a number of my colleagues, and you see them coming from different sector backgrounds, and it's a very integrated team, and it's also a substantial delegation. This one is a little bit loose. Okay. And basically what we really want to do in this session is to share with you what we're doing in this area, but also to interact with you and hear from you and get idea about how we can tackle this agenda collectively. The World Bank Group, for those of you who know a little bit of it, has just over 80 years of history. Of course, we're always in development field, and we have learned a lot, of course, during that period. And we have supported landscape investments in many decades. Some of them have been more successful than others, but all have generated valuable lessons that we can all learn, we can all share. And more importantly, all have generated results for family that we call this landscape home. And we believe that this work, and we really feel this work has been very rewarding. Progress is evidence in a stronger land management system, healthier landscapes, and community that are investing in it, but also benefiting from those investments. One of the examples that I cited a couple of times today already is over some 3 decades ago, the investment we did in the Lost Plateau area of China, where we really helped that community to restore the landscape, but at the same time, uplifting something like between 2 to 3 million people out of poverty in that particular part of China. And there are many ongoing efforts, similar efforts that we're doing, learning from that lesson and into other countries like Ethiopia, Zambia, Ghana, India, the Sahara region, Nigeria, etc. And our global reach and multi-sector expertise really position ourselves to work with many of the authorities that we work with, but also with private sector to expand these kind of programs. At the same time, this work also brought challenges, and progress is sometimes slower than the urgency of what we all focus on. And in some cases, some successful initiatives have been struggle getting to scale. That's the biggest challenge that we face. We have many good examples. The question is that you can do $100 million project, but can you do $10 billion project with the same success rate? That's the challenge. But also in terms of how do we mobilize that resources to provide that kind of result. Most importantly, we are not yet operating at the scale and the speed that the the challenge that we're facing. So the question is how we can work better together. As we look forward, we're really exploring way in terms of how we can work with all different partners, MDB partners, private sector partner, civil society, communities, of course, the governments. And at the World Bank Group, we're also finding a way of working more internally, more cohesively, more integrated between the private sector arm of the World Bank Group and the public sector arm of the World Bank Group, bring all this expertise together. And you'll see from the expertise from the delegation that we brought in today. Anyway, look forward to working with all of you in this journey ahead. I'm sure your experience is something that we can all share, we can learn from, but we also are looking forward to your feedback of the work that we're doing. And together, I think we can scale up the successful experience that we have. Together, we can really restoring landscape, restoring hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guang. And that really is what we're going to talk about for the next 30 minutes or so, which is if we really want to scale up, scale out, take advantage of the fact that we're not just an investment bank who invests about $120 billion a year, we're a knowledge bank. We want to share our lessons, but we want to learn lessons from others that we can further magnify and amplify. We want to hear from you. And we want to talk a little bit first about some examples of the kind of things we do. And Guang talked about the fact that we have a global reach, but we work in individual countries with individual companies, individual ministries, in individual geographies. And so we're going to have Victoria Delman, Vicky, who leads the World Bank Group's investments here in Mongolia, is going to talk a little bit about what we do here. Then we're going to have Giovanni Ruta, Gianni, who is the global manager for climate, the World Bank Group based in Washington, talk a little bit about how we think about climate as a multi-sectoral entry point, because it amplifies so many underlying issues. And then finally, we're going to have Nagaraja Rao Harshadeep, who a little bit like the singer Cher, is known by most people just by one name. He's that good, Harsh. He's going to talk to us really about knowledge and data and how that ties everything together. So with that, I'm going to hand first to Gianni. Please tell us about climate change. Do you need this? Here. You can go there.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. And those that are still undecided, please welcome. You're most welcome to join us. Climate change. So thank you so much for the slides. The fact that we are a climate bank, as we like to define ourselves, doesn't mean that climate comes at the expense of development. And in fact, what we do in our climate change action plan, in our climate change action plan is to predicate the integration between the climate and development agendas. And we have done that very successfully, raising over 80 billion of climate finance since the launch of the climate change action plan. We help countries do align in their projects with Paris Agreement. So all our projects are Paris aligned. We help countries do the analytics to link climate and development through CCDR, Country Climate and Development Reports. Those of you from Mongolia can download the Mongolia Country Climate and Development Report from our website, which was produced a little bit over a year ago, which underpins a lot of the work we are doing within the World Bank. We develop case studies on adaptation and resilience that help countries think about how you actually link development action to better resilience to climate change. And we help countries develop the framework to transform good development projects into projects that deliver carbon emission reductions through the use of instruments such as carbon pricing in compliance markets or through carbon taxes, and by developing voluntary carbon markets where private and public sector can do joint transaction and joint effort. Let me make a couple of examples of what this all means in practice. And let me take first to Brazil. The northeast part of Brazil is very prone to droughts. And that affects what is a very important agricultural production area and also important for livestock in a way similar to Mongolia landscape. Given the persistent droughts, a few years ago, the government invested in a lot of infrastructure to bring water, to bring the infrastructure that was needed to face the challenge. Once they started evaluating those programs, the results were not forthcoming. The reason is that there was something missing. There was information missing on how to optimize the use of that infrastructure. This is where we started investing in a drought monitoring system, in a forecast system that allowed for decision makers to know where it was important to store water, when it was important to control the river flows, and ensure that water was available in the moments that was needed. And that generated a Brazil drought monitoring system that is still operating today and has expanded to the rest of the country. So this is where you see infrastructure can be complemented by climate information to become resilience. The climate change knowledge portal, which you can visit in our website, is predicated exactly on the same principles. The climate change knowledge portal is not about climate information or climate data, which is very complex. It's about turning that complexity into information that decision makers can use to design policies, to design projects, or to engage with private sector through specific incentive. Let's fly now to Africa and let's go to Madagascar. The southern part of Madagascar, three provinces in the south of Madagascar are very prone to droughts as well. In 2023, they were affected by the worst drought in known history of Madagascar, which created a huge famine. The problem there was, of course, vulnerability given the low rainfall, but also institutional weakness in addressing the issue. So in collaboration with the government of Madagascar, we developed local development plans and aligned them with the national development plan. So we supported vertical integration across levels of governments, connecting local, regional, and national governments to plan drought resilience and to implement it. Of course, through the use of climate information, but here the challenge was to ensure that whatever was happening at the local level was being backed up by national level planning. And these would allow to build a multi-sector project because then environment was involved, water sector was involved, agriculture and livestock was involved. We're collaborating across these the different level of governments, addressing the issue of climate change variability in one of the most challenging regions in the world. Let me take now to Ethiopia and show you how good technical assistance can become an opportunity for carbon emission reduction sales to a fund and eventually can crowd in private sector. We started our program at landscape level, we call them jurisdictional program, to help a region in the country, Oromia state in this case, measure carbon emission reductions of forest restoration and protection programs. And this was a whole landscape, which means we were trying to shield the project, the restoration project, from leakage, so-called. When you protect forests here, you could start deforesting somewhere else. By taking a big region, you make the impact more steady over time. So we build the capacity on monitoring of emission reductions. We build the capacity on the issuance of the carbon credits that those efforts were generating and the approval by government. So all that infrastructure was built in a way that allowed the country to be ready for the market. The World Bank purchased a first issuance of those carbon credits through one of our carbon funds, and that proved that there was a transaction possible. Just 3 weeks ago, there was another deal signed, this time with the private sector. So the World Bank was not involved in purchasing the credit, was not a buyer anymore, but was a facilitator. That program I mentioned generated enough surplus of credits because it was a large landscape that the surplus credit that the World Bank had not purchased a few years ago were identified by the aviation industry as an opportunity for offsetting emissions from aviation. These, if you don't know, are one of the most hard to abate emissions in the industry today, those from aviation. There is no good substitute for issuing greenhouse gases when you fly a plane. And so the World Bank, what did it act the role of guarantee through the specialized agency of the World Bank Group, MIGA, the agency in charge of guarantees. It provides a guarantee to the private sector to increase the level of confidence that those credits that were being purchased by the private sector were going to be high integrity and were not going to be eventually sort of offset by doing further deforestation in the program. So the guarantee is worth $300 million for 3 years and allow the private sector to step in and say, yes, I want to buy those credits. So it made a transaction possible for the government and for the private sector. So in a sense, what the story of climate at the World Bank Group, the discovery process we have gone through is that you start upstream by identifying what are the problems, what is the diagnostic, you use information for that. You move into the policy space, and then you deliver downstream, sometimes with public sector acting as the first mover, but with the letting the private sector step in because it's what brings scale eventually. And that's the other important part, is to work at scale to produce impacts. You want to connect the value chains. The work you do on information, on policies, on private sector development needs to be all integrated. And the fact that we now work seamlessly between public sector and private sector units within the World Bank is what allows that, so that supply and demand can meet and produce development. And imagine that problem can be applied, that solution can be applied to many other contexts, including, for example, in Mongolia for rangeland restoration. I'll stop there, Valerie.
Thank you so much, Gianni. And Gianni gave those 3 examples, Brazil, Madagascar, and Ethiopia. And there are 3 of many, many, because we work in every emerging market and developing economy. And what the World Bank Group does, whether it's about knowledge or investment, it really is the story of how do we move from ambition, a country's ambition to go from low income to middle income, a company's ambition to grow its market share, community's ambition to build more jobs so the young people can stay at home. How do we go from ambition to delivery? But because it's the end of the evening, we're going to have a quiz after each one of these. I should have said this before, so you listened a little bit more carefully. So who can tell me, and we have stuffed animals, who can tell me what was the name of the part of the World Bank Group that provides guarantees? It was given in the Ethiopia example, and World Bank staff can't answer. Come on, who's got, or we've got 2 potential. And what does MIGA stand for? Okay, I'm going to throw this. If I hit somebody, I apologize in advance. Close enough. Okay, so we're going to do again. So this time, Harsh is going to stand up and talk to us about knowledge and data and information systems, because often how we go from ambition to delivery is using this. Yes, ma'am.
Mitigate climate change, it will be, we can like economically growing in, for example, in Mongolia, we have a rangeland and croplands. Emission, soil organic carbon sequestration is very important.
Exactly.
And we can, if we have a very truly very good scientific groundly working, it will be, World Bank will be finance us. It's especially should need to very truly to work in it action. It will be very with community. It will be very reality practicing. I think I don't understand this.
Exactly right. No, thank you. And here's a There are no elephants in Mongolia, but there used to be woolly mammoths, close enough, who were such an important part of rangelands here back in the day. Harsh, over to you.
All right. Thank you. Maybe I should have found some quiz questions for this as well. So, before we get to Vicky, looking at from a country perspective, what all this global stuff means, one of the things we wanted to do is to focus on something which we sometimes neglect in the discussion of money, right? Because it's Finance Day today. So everyone says, show me the money. But the key thing is to use the money effectively. There's a need for a lot of knowledge, a lot of data, a lot of analytics, and so on. And that used to be done at a very retail level before. But today, we have the option of trying to also use global frameworks for that as well, just as there's global frameworks for finance in the form of World Bank and other types of things. So if we look at this, from why we need all of this, right? A lot of our challenges are also pretty global in nature in terms of natural resources are being degraded. There's some, depending on who you ask, 2 or 3 billion hectares of land that's degraded and about 100 million more being added every year. And we make very little progress to try and get to addressing a lot of these issues because they need a lot of money and knowledge as well, right? Also on pollution, these are definitely local issues, but a lot of these are also things which can be treated in a more global and regional way as well when it comes to things like air pollution or water pollution or even plastics and so on. And we have a lot of what Gianni just talked about, which is a lot of the climate risks that we have, which is in terms of the floods and droughts and storms and sea level rise and other things that are coming in. Not just historical variability, but climate change as well. Now, all of these would require good knowledge in order to be able to manage them properly. But one of the challenges we have as institutions is what Rumi, the poet, said in the 13th century, right? 13th century. He had this parable of an elephant in the dark room, right? So where he said, imagine everyone going in and feeling different parts of the elephant. You'll think one thinks it's a rope, one thinks it's a tree, one thinks it's a lance, those kind of things. So everyone sees one part of the picture and not the whole picture, right? In this thing. That's the same story in a landscape. So if you look at any landscape like a watershed, we'll have things like, let's say, weather. You'll have rainfall coming down and evaporating up and going out. And you'll have different uses. And for each use, we'll have an institution that's associated with it, a department that's managing it, and so on. And one of the challenges is that everything here is connected to everything else. If there's deforestation upstream, there'll be siltation downstream in a dam, which then means that it can't provide the irrigation or environmental or hydropower services that it can do, and so on. And everything is connected to everything else. But if someone comes in and says, I work only on rainfall, that's all I do, or I work only on livestock, or I work only on urban water issues and so on. It's good, it's important, but they need to see themselves as part of this larger picture, right? And to understand that kind of linkage, it's important to get a good spatial hydrologic perspective of any landscape, and to have for any landscape a good knowledge base that we can start off with to think about what the issues are, what the options are, what the scenarios are looking ahead, and so on. Right? And only then can we see the beast in all of its glory. Otherwise, we'll see that one little part of it in there. And what we have to help us today with this is that we have a new world out there of technology. We have new ways of collecting data from sensors on the ground or from Earth observation satellites, new ways to analyze these in different ways and to convert it to go up the data value chain, as they call it, from data to information to knowledge to actually supporting decisions relating to planning or real-time support. And in addition to these, which are all data, software type related stuff, you have a lot of the hardware related stuff, which also things are changing rapidly. You have 3D printing, you had robotics, you have self-driving cars, you have photovoltaics, as they call them, many other things where there's a lot of hardware that's evolving by the day, supported often by a lot of the software. There's even ways of 3D printing your housing for monitoring stations and so on, which reduces the cost of a monitoring station from $10,000 to $100, right? So then you can do many more of those with the same money that you have. And you also have a lot of disruption that's happening in the way stakeholders interface with each other through social media, through e-learning, through ways of being able to develop platforms for the poorest farmer to connect with global markets and so on. So there's a lot of these things that are disrupting everything we do. Disrupt is in a good way, where you're trying to change old ways of doing things through the help of these kinds of technologies, right? But when you talk about the data part of it, one challenge we always have is you go to places and they'll say, we are in the middle of nowhere. Of course, we have no data. Or my country, which always says, of course, we have lots of data, but it looks like it's the termites that are digesting the data and not people, right, in this thing. And you have the new normal that we have, which is we are all drowning in data. So, and the whole challenge is how do you drink from this deluge becomes the challenge in this thing. And so that's where it's an issue about trying to see if we can use all of these new systems of sensors on the ground or Earth observation from satellites and drones and airborne surveys, heliborne surveys, and so on, and data that's digitized and saved from the termites, and be able to then use a lot of these buzzwords of technology so that anyone can use their cell phone, their smartphone, their tablet, their computer to be able to access the kind of information you need to make your decision. That decision may be, do I need an umbrella today? Or that decision may be, how do I operate this dam today? Or who do I warn about an incoming flood? Or what kinds of scenarios I can think about in the future for this watershed and so on. And all of these, this is where we can work in a much more modern way in this thing. And that's where there's a lot of new options for us to look at, mainly because of Earth observation. You can see entire synoptic view of the whole world with a lot of new types of data that you can start leveraging for your use, and also new ways to visualize this data. It used to be that we used to have big tables of numbers, but now there's lots of interactive graphs, 2D, 3D, 4D graphs where you can change 3D over time, or in virtual reality, or augmented reality, or interactive charts and so on. And with all of these, it changes the way you interact with the data and can use it. And because everyone has a different preference in terms of how they would like it structured. So you can make it customized to your needs as to what way you would like to see the data to make your decisions that are there. And what's really disrupting even the disruptive technologies is AI, right? It's everywhere, whether we like it or not. So on one side, people say, look, it's the best thing since sliced bread. It can do everything. It can automate everything that you do. And then there's a whole set of other people who sometimes refer to it as I. And they look at all the challenges that you have with it in terms of trying to see it makes up stuff. It can people don't have access to it. There's a digital divide and hence an AI divide, cybersecurity, privacy issues, and other things. So now the big challenge for all of us is how do you manage these risks while taking advantage of these benefits in these systems, because these are mainly unstoppable systems, right? So how do we start using it even for landscape planning, management, and so on for our work? And at the bank, we have a group we call our kids, for example, to help popularize a lot of this within the bank system and help some of our teams. And with the help of our IT teams, they've developed all kinds of really cool tools. Please come next door to our booth and we can show you some of these in action as well. And also you'll find links to this in the website which we've put together for this, which you can get the QR code for next door. And the thing is now the new focus is on knowledge, because the bank is trying to see how can we make knowledge work for development. So we've been trying to see if there's some 12 different academies that they have set up, which there may be more in the future as well. And one of the academies is this Livable Landscape Academy that just got launched in May as part of the Global Landscape Forum. And you can go in and find more information about this. And this is where we'd like to work with all of you, because as part of this work, one of the things is we are trying to say, can we help create platforms that can pull data together, can pull knowledge together, and can help teams to try and make better use of this. So to look at knowledge curation exchange, and it's a 10-year program and maybe longer, which has just started, right? So this is something we'd really like to work with all of you on, to try and see new ways of modernizing policies, regulations, modernizing the use of technology, digital or physical, modernizing financing through new ways of collecting finance, as well as to use finance through instruments and so on. And also, one of the things we're looking at is pulling together a lot of little tools that you can use. One of them, for example, would be a simple knowledge explorer, where the idea is for articles, reports, videos, websites, e-learning on different topics, you can go in and check these out. And a lot of these are done by you guys. It's not by us in the bank, right? So it's looking at a scan the kids have done of everyone's stuff that's out there. You can write keywords and try to look for this. You can change languages and say, look, show me this thing in Arabic. The resource will be in whatever language it's in, but at least the navigation will be easier through different languages. And there's like millions of languages which now are accessible through AI for us, even let's say not Manipuri, Mongolian. Yes. And so then, so to be able to visualize a lot of these kind of things and be able to look at this kind of information. So this is one on the data side. There's lots of things that are changing now because of the synoptic view. You can get a lot of data sets that have been created by many of you, right, in different places. As long as you make it free and publicly accessible, other people can build on it and use it. And that's the key to try and see, look, can we look at protected areas, any place, who owns that protected area, how big is it, and so on. There are lots of these data sets that already exist globally, which you can pull together on land cover, 10 meter by 10 meter versions. There's a few different versions of those, or looking even at every climate station that's there and what the data from those are and so on, or even infrastructure to say, show me all the power plants and all the transmission lines that exist in the world. It's somebody's job to go collect it and they put it out there for people to use. And this is the kind of thing you can do. But also we've tried to develop ebooks where you can start looking at good practices from around the world. Like you heard from Guang about the Loess Plateau or the new Grain for Green program that they have. You also can check out all the things that we have financed in the past, right? So these are all the projects since the inception of the bank on landscapes, right? So you can go check these out, and all the hundreds of projects with the billions of dollars, you can see which project is what. They're very cool ways to visualize this as bubbles. You can arrange it by themes and by countries and regions and other things. And for each bubble, you can say, what is that bubble? And so you can go find the project. You can size the bubble by IDA or IBRD or other things. There's all kinds of other data sets on biodiversity and other things and all that you can start using as well. And the key now is to say where we are heading on this, which we are very excited about, and this is the last bit, is to say, can we use AI for this? Can people say, show me the rainfall in China, or show me what this place looked like before and after a forest fire, or analyze jaguar habitats with respect to climate and so on, where you can take in a lot of these global data sets and then start doing very clever analytics with these things without necessarily you having to do a lot of the work behind the scenes, but to do it in a way where you're training it to not make up stuff, but to say rainfall, use only this data, this use only this data, but to be able to do a lot of this work out there. So please explore this some more, and we look forward to collaborating with all of you, especially on some of these things like the Livable Landscapes Academy and our new China World Bank Group Academy, kind of a knowledge partnership that we have on ecosystem transition and so on. So back to you, Val.
Thank you so much, Harsh. And I think that gives you an amazing sense of how we are trying very hard in a world where there is never going to be enough money that we can afford to be making decisions based on bad data. And there's never going to be enough money or enough time to be asking everyone to duplicate data that already exists. That really figuring out how to tap the existing data systems, how to turn that data into information really matters. But I'll add one thing that Harsh didn't add, which is when we think about data and knowledge of the World Bank Group, we don't just think about modern science and modern data. We also think about the original AI, ancient intelligence, traditional knowledge, what nature tells us. And that's equally important, particularly in those places where traditional knowledge works. And we need to learn from the people who are making decisions on the ground and not always assume we have to bring in new ideas and new data. Okay, but 2 questions before we turn to Vicky. For a stripy animal, I should know what it is, I don't. What century did Rooney write about the elephant and you have to feel a different part of the elephant? Does anybody remember what Harsh said? 13? This, all right, we have 2 answers. I'm gonna mind heads. If I hit somebody, oh God, I'm so sorry. You're Gigi, you get 1 too. And then my second question, and especially World Bank Group staff better get this one right. How many academies are there at the World Bank Group at the moment? 12. It's a good thing one of us got it right. Vicky, all you. And now we'll turn over to Vicky to tell us about Mongolia. Harsh, you also got it? Yeah. I do not have a future in throwing things. Great.
Thank you very much, Valerie. And I think we can all conclude that Harsh is the chief kid. So looks so much fun. I wanted to try some of those gadgets and gizmos out. So I am the World Bank Group country manager for Mongolia. I'm quite a newbie. I arrived last month and I take my job very seriously. So one of my main responsibilities is to make sure that people are safe in this country. So I thought I would test out the country's medical system by breaking my foot. It turns out that you can also, if you want to break something, be the proud owner of a Barbie pink cast. So so far that's ticked the first box. So the World Bank Group, I'm now responsible for all aspects of the World Bank Group. So that's both the public side, IBRD, as well as IFC and MEGA. And so what we're doing at the global, on the global stage, bringing together all of these pieces into the knowledge bank, we're also doing in country so that we can make sure we're able to come up with holistic solutions for the country and for sectors, and also that we're able to ensure that increasingly limited public funds are able to be leveraged well and bring in and crowd in the private sector. So we are now 35 years of cooperation in Mongolia between the World Bank and the government of Mongolia. And currently we have a portfolio of around 2 billion for the World Bank Group. And so we cover a whole range of sectors, and historically we've done a huge amount in a number of areas as well. So from agriculture, working with the communal herder communities, also on agri-insurance, energy, so working in the space of strengthening grids, transmission lines, trying to bring in also battery storage to really enable the next wave of energy generation, and particularly renewables that we're looking to support with private sector financing. Mining, we've been heavily involved in the copper mining sector for a decade, close to a decade now. On transport, both roads as well as rail, working on urban transformation, and also really on the digital side, we've been working with the government. We're supporting rural connectivity to broadband, and as well as development policy financing, complemented with investments in governance, human capital, and institutional strengthening. And not only are we bringing finance, but we're also really complementing that constantly with capacity building and advisory support, working both through IBRD and through leveraging the World Bank's expertise and experience, and also working with local banks on the IFC side on labeled bonds, so green, blue, sustainable linked bonds, and working very closely with the commercial banks locally on how to ensure that small and medium-sized enterprises are actually receiving that support, and working in the agri space also at that local level. So there's a lot happening, and it's a very exciting time for us to be working closely with the government Mongolia as it embraces its middle income status and really grows into that, and we can partner them in really supporting that, which is really exciting. And as we look ahead, we want to explore how we can scale up our work on supporting more integrated landscape management approaches to support Mongolia on its STEP action plan on rangelands that it has begun in earnest during this COP, and as it continues its legacy and global leadership till the next COP in 2 years' time. So the World Bank Group and the government of Mongolia are developing the Sustainable Mongolia Integrated Landscape and Economy Program, which is a bit of a mouthful, but it has one of the best acronyms, SMILE. And we had a signing to embark on this journey with the government of Mongolia and Prime Minister and our World Bank Group VP Guang today. And the program is exploring investments in 3 mutually reinforcing areas. So firstly, restoring and strengthening natural capital through integrated landscape management and climate resilient green infrastructure. Leveraging private investments in green value chains, particularly nature-based tourism and sustainable land-based products. And thirdly, by strengthening institutions, policies, and data systems, hopefully leveraging Harsh's data system gadgets to ensure long-term sustainability and scale. By connecting healthy landscapes with finance, markets, and private sector opportunities, SMILE hopes to translate environmental restoration into bankable investments, quality jobs, and inclusive green growth. SMILE represents a unique opportunity to create a lasting legacy for Mongolia's leadership on global land restoration. It demonstrates that restoring land is one of the most effective pathways to economic prosperity, resilience, and sustainable development. And we hope to bring all the resources of the World Bank Group, both at the global level as well as locally, to really help advance this approach and to really support Mongolia in its resilience journey. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vicky. And, you know, SMILE really is a great example of 3 words you would have heard from each of our presenters today, and you would hear in any presentation if you listen to at the bank. The first word really is around integration. You heard it first from Jenny, and this is about us as a World Bank group integrating across our institutions. How many institutions are there at the World Bank group for a hedgehog? What's the guess? Not World Bank group people. What's the guess? How many institutions? IBRD, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. International Development Association. We heard about MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, IFC. International Finance Corporation, I'll be fired. And the last one is the hardest one because we're 5. ICSID, we have a winner, the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. Banks, it's okay, because honestly, we don't know. I've been at the World Bank 25 years, and the first time I met someone from ICSID was only 6 months ago. So we still have some room to go on integration. But it's not just about integrating across our 5 agencies. It's about integrating with partners. It's about making sure we're helping governments integrate across ministries. Because the truth is, the families whom we serve, our clients, the men and women who live on less than $3 a day in low-income countries, the men and women who live on less than $6.80 in middle-income countries, they don't experience challenges sectorally. They don't have a Ministry of Transport challenge on a Tuesday, and on Thursday they have a climate change challenge, and then on Saturday they have a challenge with infrastructure. No. Every day, all day, they have the same challenges. So we need to integrate for them. So integration is the first watchword for us. The second is leverage. And this is especially important for us, and why the power of partnership is so important. That's why we're so grateful to IUCN, who allowed us to share their pavilion here so that we can show that we don't do anything alone. Everything we do with partners. At the end of the day, the World Bank Group is a cooperative bank. We are owned by all of you because every one of you is a citizen of a country who is part owner for us. We work for countries, we work for communities. And leverage matters. You heard it from Harsh. We have to leverage the data that's out in the world, whether it's ours or someone else. We make sure it's accurate, but we leverage it to turn that data into knowledge. We leverage that knowledge to turn it into decision-making. And we leverage those decisions to invest in a way that drives measurable, real results for those families on the ground. So leverage matters, and that's why we're so grateful to the partners we have. And then the final word that you heard, and you heard it from Vicky in particular, is governance. No matter what we do, particularly when working at the water, land, nature nexus, we need to improve governance. One of the statistics that keeps me awake at night, for example, is we live in a world where 45% of the agricultural land force is made up of women. We live in a world where that number is increasing because of climate change, because of conflict. An awful lot of men in the agricultural labor force are leaving their homes. They're going to work in the mines, the copper mining that Vicky talked about here in Mongolia. They're going to move to cities to try and find work in the construction industry. So more and more women are left behind managing herds, managing fields, growing crops. And yet in a world where there are over 200 countries, there are only 54 in which women have the right to own land in law and in practice. That's a governance challenge. We have to fix that. So we have to improve governance on the public sector side. We have to improve governance on the private sector side to make sure that companies are building their profits. Profits is not a dirty word. They can make good business and deliver for people and for the planet. They have to improve their governance. And that's why governance is such an important part of what we do. And it's why we spend so much time organizing the governance of our partnerships, of the partners we work with, to make sure that we can leverage better, that we can integrate better. Because at the end of the day, we serve those men and women, whether it's here in Mongolia, who are trying to herd animals on land that is 70% degraded and are trying to find a future for their kids, and they don't know if that future can be on the land. If it's the men and women in southern Madagascar suffering still the hangover from the worst drought that they ever suffered 3 years ago, entering into a Godzilla El Nino year when the drought might be worse again. That's our job. It's our privilege to do it with you all and with all of the partners here. So thank you so much. Come join us for more discussions. Tomorrow is Water Day. We do an awful lot of work in water. Come listen to us. We have an event in Met 07 on climate and water security. It's going to be fun. Maybe there'll be prizes. And tomorrow afternoon, we're also going to be talking about droughts. Sorry, also in the morning, but at 11:30 in Met 22. But if you need to know where we're going to be, if you want to come and hear how your money, because again, we work for you all own us. So come hold us accountable, come listen to what we do. Right next door in the other half of this IUCN Pavilion, we can tell you exactly where to go. Thank you so very much. Huge thank you to my colleagues for sharing. Each get a prize.